I don't think Mr. O'Neill's audio still isn't working.
Hey, we are live.
Okay, Ellen, on the record. Good morning. Welcome. I'd like to welcome everybody back. Today is the fourth day of our evidentiary hearings in docket EFSB 22-03, D.P.U 22-21. Before we resume with the questioning of the company's witnesses, does anyone have any preliminary matters to address today?
We do not.
Nothing from MIT, thank you.
Okay.
Nothing, sorry, nothing from the city of Cambridge. I was on mute. I apologize.
That's okay. Thank you, Mr. Olson. So we're going to start this morning with some cost questions, and the bench will be questioning starting with Ms. Divakar.
Thank you, Ms. Shaki. I have some cost questions on the new substation that has been proposed at 290 Binney Street. Before I begin, good morning, everybody. I hope all of you can hear me nice and clear. Okay. Now, the reference is to confidential information at EFSB C3.
So before we proceed there, I would just alert our witnesses that depending on what Ms. Divakar's questions are, try to answer the question with information in the public record. If you're not able to, please let me know so that I can let the presiding officer know, and we might have to move to a sealed record for this portion of the examination. Ms. Sharkey, you follow my thinking here?
I do, and we've already discussed among staff that we would like to limit the extent to which we need to resort to a sealed record as much as possible, and that our questions are going to be tailored accordingly to attempt to avoid the need to expose any confidential information on the record.
Thank you. Sorry to interject, Ms. Divakar.
If I may, Ms. Shaki?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you. So the question is the company aware of the underground substation at Anaheim in California? I understand that it began operations in 2006.
Yes, the company is aware of the substation in California. I would like to correct that it is not a fully underground substation. The top is open to the air, so it's not directly applicable to the substation that we are proposing to construct for the Greater Cambridge Energy Program.
Right. So I understand that the firm capacity of the substation at Anaheim is 100 megawatt amperes, and the one that you have proposed at the Binney Street site is 180 megawatt amperes, and the cost of construction on the Anaheim substation was estimated, and as much as public records say, it is around $19.5 million. Now, my question is, how will the company explain such differences in cost between the proposed underground new substation and this case of the Anaheim underground substation?
I guess I'll address that. Again, any estimate that is developed would require a detailed understanding of scope. And so not understanding all the parameters of the specific station that you're referencing, we'd be unable to fully respond to your question.
So just so that the company can respond to the question better, we could always circle back to this question. And maybe, because I guess we could take this question up if the company thinks it needs time to look up this case and reason out.
I would prefer to take that as a record request so that we could look at getting the scope of the substation from California.
Okay. I'm good with that.
So Smitha, do you want to please frame the
Right.
shape of the record request for the record?
Right. The case in reference is the Anaheim underground substation in California, which began operations in 2006. And as per public records, the cost of the project was $19.5 million. I'd like the company to explain this cost differential. And this is with reference to the new substation, which is proposed at the Binney Street site.
Okay, that would be record request EFSB -12. And we understand that the company, of course, was not the proponent of this particular substation, so that the information that the company would have available to it is limited to the public record.
The next question is a follow-up on this case. Now, I understand that many of the costs on substations are available to the public. I'm just curious as to why the company asked for confidential treatment of the new substation costs.
I can begin to answer that question. We have included the overall cost of the substation on the record, which is what we typically do. In the world that we are in transmission, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission developed FERC Order 1000, which essentially made transmission a competitive market. And any of our competitors in the world of transmission are looking for details on how we do cost estimating and construct projects, because we are a transmission owner and build and maintain a number of transmission lines throughout our territory. We do have opportunities to work with suppliers and other entities to have more cost-effective measures built into our projects to reduce the cost to our customers. And those are competitive components that we need to monitor carefully as we continue to function in a competitive market.
Thank you, Ms. Benjamin. Is there anything to add?
Just a legal point, because this came up in our motion for protected treatment. And I would just add to it what Ms. Benjamin said, which was a very good answer, is that ultimately our concern is also with respect to our customers, our ratepayers, and the company's ability to obtain the most cost competitive pricing and cost effective pricing is benefited from us having as much negotiating leverage and bargaining position and dealing with suppliers and the various entities with which we need to engage in order to do a project like this. And our objective is to obtain the best price possible for customers, and maintaining some of the more detailed cost estimates on a sealed record and not making them public gives us a better basis to enter into those negotiations and obtain the best pricing for customers.
Thank you.
Can I just ask a quick follow-on question, Ms. Devakar?
Yes, please.
I assume that the responses that we've just heard are not limited to competitive concerns relating to the Greater Cambridge Energy Program. In other words, the need to preserve confidentiality about procurement of substation equipment costs is really forward-looking and probably more relevant to other projects, not this one itself.
That is correct. It's more forward thinking for other projects, and then looking at how the independent system operator of New England may be looking at our entire territory of service and what competitive projects may need to come forward to address reliability and supply concerns in the future.
And one other question, since you mentioned competitive transmission markets that have been established by FERC policy. I'm also assuming that because this project is not a pool transmission facility need or directed at the pool transmission facility system, it would not be subject to that FERC competitive transmission policy. Is that also correct?
I can take this one. And the
Thank you.
answer, yes, that is correct. This project is coming forward as part of Eversource's local system plan, which is under a different part of the tariff. The competitive transmission provisions that you're referring to are under ISO New England's study processes in attachment K to the tariff.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burnham. Ms. Benjamins, I'll move on to the next question now. Now, this is with reference to exhibits EFSB R-2 and EFSB PA-14. Please let me know if one of you has gotten to these exhibits. EFSB R-2 and PA-14.
If we just have a minute, I think Ms. Benjamins is trying to locate those documents. Thank you.
Maybe I can ask the question. You could answer it without referring to the documents. Maybe let's try that out. I can always give you time if required, but now from these exhibits, I understand that the company estimated a gross floor area of 170,000 square feet to be accommodated on any site found suitable to locate the new substation. It also seems like there were design options that were considered for the Fulkerson site. The question is, please describe any design, even if it was at the conceptual level, that the company developed for the new substation at the Fulkerson site.
Good morning.
Morning.
I can take this one. I was heavily involved in the layout at Fulkerson. So what we did at Fulkerson was even I'll start out by saying even in a fully above ground substation, there'll still be a basement for a so-called cable spreading room where all the cables come in.
Mhm.
So when we had looked at a fully above ground facility for Fulkerson with the cable spreading room. And then we subsequently looked at placing portions of that underground as well. And it was the same, same electrical topology, the 115 kV, the switching, the 4 transformers and all the associated switchgear protection and control equipment.
Okay, so how many floors did you have to accommodate above ground?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
Okay, it was more than a floor, right? For sure.
Oh, most definitely, yes.
Yes. So since you had a design option, so was this the only design option that was developed for the Fulkerson site, wherein you had a basement underground, and then the rest was all above ground?
We may have, again, subject to check of my records, we may have looked at some putting some of the equipment below grade as well to try to lower the height.
Okay. I'm just trying to get at, if now that you mentioned that there was a design option that you developed, can you share the cost estimates on that option?
Again, it's not something that I have at my proverbial fingertips here. And I also don't recall just how far we got in developing the cost estimates for those facilities. Okay. And again, when I say that, I mean to what level of accuracy and how they would compare to the cost estimates for the chosen option.
So we did provide on the record the cost estimate that was developed for Fulkerson,
yes,
which I believe included a portion below and above ground. We did not create any other cost estimates for Fulkerson that we can share.
The reason I asked this is I'd like some, more, I'd like the details to be more granular so we could kind of compare the costs between the two options. I understand that there was a broad level, a high level, breakup of costs given in one of the exhibits, but I'm looking for details in terms of more items and costs against them. So if it helps, we could take this as a record request if you have the information.
So you are looking for a greater breakdown than what was already provided?
Yeah, I understand what you're referring to when you say there was a high level cost breakup given, but I'd like to, in order for that information to be comparable to the cost estimates that you have provided us on the new underground substation on the Binney Street site, we need more information coming in. That's what I'm looking for.
Okay, we can take that as a record request. I would also like to clarify a point about our cost estimate. The underground cost of the substation is not falling on the shoulders of our customers. The costs that we gave you are taking a breakdown of what the shell would have cost for us to construct an above ground substation, plus the dollars that we had paid for the original Fulkerson site. And that's what has been paid to Boston Properties for the easement cost, as well as to build the underground vaults that the substation goes within. So it's not exactly an apples to apples comparison.
Okay, got it. Thanks for the clarification. Yeah.
You're welcome.
You. Yeah. So
that would be rec request EFSB-13. which is a comparison to the extent possible with additional detail given for the costs associated with development of the original Fulkerson site. To the cost provided by the company for the development of the present substation site. That's the focus of this proceeding. Is there anything you'd like to add to that, Ms. Divakar?
No, that should be good. Thank you.
Ms. Devakar, if you're moving on to another topic, I might have a follow-up question or two here.
Please go ahead. We are still on the costs. I still have questions on costs, but if you think it's best to ask it now, please do. Yeah.
Sure. So I'm looking at the response to information request EFSB C-9, which is a confidential response, but I'm looking at the redacted public version. And I just want to make sure I at least understand the structure of the response. I'm not looking at the particular numbers that have been redacted, but on page 2, we have what's listed here is the Fulkerson overall cost review, and it includes the land, the building, and a total. And what I'm trying to just make sure I understand is whether this total value includes the actual equipment in the substation, or whether it is strictly land and the building shell that the equipment would be housed within.
It is strictly land and the shell that the equipment would be housed in. That is correct. And the baseline for that conversation, as the new substation came into play, was that in Eversource's communication with the city of Cambridge, that our customers should not be held responsible for a more expensive underground substation if that is what the city of Cambridge preferred. So we took the cost of what that shell would be and what our land price was, and that was directly carried into the Boston Properties location, so that our customers are only responsible for what a typical above ground substation would cost of this magnitude, because it is a large substation to fit in a small area.
Okay, and your response seems consistent with the last paragraph of this information request response, which reads, ultimately, the above described business arrangements ensure that the company's customers will pay for only those substation costs that are estimated to have been incurred if the company had gone forward with the Fulkerson Street option as an above ground substation. And that is a correct statement?
Correct.
So again, trying to compare apples to apples, since the proposed Binney Street location is not an above ground substation, I'm wondering if beside the comparison, let's say, of the net cost of the vault at Binney Street versus the above ground land and shell at Fulkerson Street, whether the costs of the equipment that make up the substation are the same between these two different approaches. The installed cost, I should say.
Mr. Eck, can you speak to that question?
I will say that I won't be able to speak exactly to that. I would have to look at our costs relative to the different scenarios, but in general, we would anticipate the cost to be similar. There are difficulties certainly with installation of equipment into an underground station, such as access. You know, you have 2 or 3 primary hatch or points of access that you're dealing with. In terms of an above ground station, again, the intent of that above ground station, I believe, and Mr. Zico or Ms. Benjamins can correct me, was I believe that was intended to be within a building structure, even though it was above ground. And so there are similar difficulties in installation of equipment within a building facility as well. In either case, you're dealing with a substructure that you're installing the equipment in. But to directly say it's an exact number, I would have to look at the actual estimates.
Yeah, and if I can just expand a bit on what Mr. Eck just said, the electrical equipment that makes this the substation, the transformers, the switchgear, the series reactors, it's precisely the same equipment that we would use in an above ground substation or a substation in an above ground building. As far as construction costs go, again, just to kind of set the tone and generalities, we do as a company construct buildings, construct substations completely within buildings. And this will be similar construction techniques where we will need to, as opposed to pick something up with a crane and lower it over a fence onto a foundation, or pick something up with a crane and lower it onto a foundation. There's going to be a lot of operations where we will need to lower the equipment into a into a hatch and then skid it across the floor. But again, it's really no different technique if we were building this in an above ground building. It's just that the below ground building is larger than any above ground station that we've built to date.
Are there any factors that would make the costs of installing the substation equipment less expensive at Binney Street?
I'm not sure I understand versus which location.
Versus Fulkerson.
I would say that, again, without getting into the exact cost details, just speaking generally, any below grade station will likely have a slightly higher cost of installation than an equivalent above ground station.
So what I'm trying to square here is the characterization in the information request response of cost comparability for the entire substation, not just the shell versus shell, with your testimony, Mr. Zico, and Mr. X testimony that there are probably going to be some additional costs to install the substation underground rather than above ground. So, I'm trying to look for, again, some reconciliation of these two concepts.
Yeah, it's a complicated way to look at the details. On one hand, for the Binney Street site, as is mentioned, this is being done in coordination with an ongoing site development. So you do have certain economies of using an active work site as opposed to a site like Fulkerson, where we would be the sole contributor of construction activity. So, and then you balance that against certain complexities, as Mr. Zico mentioned, about the access, bringing the equipment into the substructure of the vault, which again, from a numbers perspective, may be comparable to installation of equipment within a building facility above ground. So the difficulty for us is I'm not sure that we have numbers to completely validate where I think you're asking your question from, but
maybe we can leave this for a record request to give the company an opportunity to sort of compare notes and see if it can ballpark an answer to this question in a little bit more precise manner. So again, mindful of the need to protect the cost estimates for the substation that's being proposed, maybe we could formulate this question as a sort of percentage difference in the installed cost of the substation equipment, Binney Street versus Fulkerson. So in other words, if the underground substation is, X% more expensive as an installed project, that would be a sufficient answer rather than having to provide a precise dollar figure.
That's helpful. Thank you. We can take the record request.
Great, thank you.
And yeah, just to add to that, just as part of the same record request, what we are trying to understand from what I heard the panels, the company's panel say, we have a good idea of where things are similar in costs between the Fulkerson development and the Binney Street development. But still, as Mr. Green pointed out, we're trying to understand what explains the substantial differential cost that you have quoted in your exhibits, and which means, referring to what Mr. Eck was mentioning, there are some arrangements by which you still are able to make this happen, which is the customers would still pay only the equivalent of what it would cost to build.
I'm sorry, the customers would still pay only the what?
The equivalent of what it would cost to build a substation at Fulkerson. Just to make things clear. So these are the details we need flushed out in the record request.
There are some details that we will not be able to provide. For example, Boston Properties is building the vault that the substation will go in. We know it is substantially more than what we are paying for, but that is not a cost that Boston Properties will share with us. So that is one piece that we will not have. What we can look at is the first piece is the equipment costs the same that will go in this substation, will go in any substation, regardless of where it's being located. The difference from what I understand is, does it cost more for us to make sure the vault can safely house the equipment once it's already been built versus putting it in an above ground structure? And does it cost more to safely get equipment into an underground structure versus an above ground structure? Am I understanding that clearly? Yes. Okay, thank you.
In that case, with Ms. Benjamin's formulation, to clarify the record request, that would be record request EFSB 14.
I'm going to ask one follow-on to that, if I may. So in terms of the business rationale as to why Boston Properties is willing to absorb costs related to creation of the underground vault, where the substation will be located or would be located if it's approved. Can you just give us a feel for what made that possible, how that was facilitated?
Absolutely. I can start with that response, and if others on my team can step in. The Cambridge Redevelopment Authority really carried a solution to this challenge. And what the Cambridge Redevelopment Authority petitioned to the city of Cambridge was that Boston Properties would be allowed to build more.
I'm sorry, you dropped off for just a minute. And what the Cambridge Redevelopment Authority petitioned to the city of Cambridge was that
Boston Properties would be allowed to build more commercial developments in lieu of their required residential development components. The city of Cambridge has requirements for all development that a portion provide housing versus how much commercial can be developed, because companies make their money off of commercial development. Therefore, the Cambridge Redevelopment Authority worked through a solution with the city of Cambridge that would allow Boston Properties to build more commercial development to offset their additional cost to house the substation.
So in other words, it sounds like the Cambridge Redevelopment Authority was attempting to try and keep Eversource indifferent to locating the substation underground to serve perhaps community acceptance reasons or other environmental concerns or what have you, and did so by sort of sweetening the real estate opportunity for Boston Properties.
That is correct.
And do you think that they achieved that objective in terms of keeping Eversource indifferent based on the contractual arrangements that were developed?
I do believe the Cambridge Redevelopment Authority and the City of Cambridge were successful in providing a substation location that met the City of Cambridge's needs to build a substation in a dense urban environment, therefore being underground, by also maintaining the cost burden of the customers of Eversource by those customers only seeing costs of what a typical overhead substation, I'm sorry, not overhead, typical above ground substation would cost.
So in this proceeding, we're not here to review the overall environmental impacts of the Binney, area redevelopment project that goes beyond the substation. But since there is a bit of a linkage here between these two activities, I do want to ask the question whether the modifications, or let's call it the incentives, that Boston Properties offered to Eversource at the with the permission of the Cambridge Redevelopment Authority, have their own, series of environmental impacts, plus or minus. And, would you care to comment on whether the additional square footage and commercial development space that was afforded to Boston Properties was a, good thing or not a good thing from a environmental or community perspective?
A few of the questions you're asking would pertain to the MEPA review that my colleague Chris Newhall could speak to in more detail. I will say that the substation is being put underground in open space area that will be maintained for the residents of the City of Cambridge, and any of the environmental components that we would typically be analyzing, such as sound and heat dissipation, have been reviewed and are consistent with the requirements of MEPA and the City of Cambridge zoning requirements. I do know that the MEPA review was completed successfully. So therefore, any of the environmental components have either been addressed or already consistent with MEPA requirements. Does that answer your question, or would you like Chris Newhall to speak more to the specific environmental components?
I wouldn't mind some additional perspective on that.
Yeah, thanks, Ms. Benjamins. I guess the best way that I could see to answer that question is that Boston Properties was developing the Kendall Square development essentially regardless of whether or not Eversource would use that space. And so those impacts, I guess, were going to be incurred at that site location regardless. Now, the benefit is that we are able to work with that developer to again be able to install this substation within a large underground vault that they are building to our specifications. They would be able to use that underground space, I think, for something else if we ultimately did not site our substation at that location. but the company in the city of Cambridge won't also incur, development of the Fulkerson Street facility in addition to to those impacts from the Kendall Square development.
And Mr. Green, if I could just round out the points that Chris made. In my experience, when there are opportunities to consolidate projects, and every project has its own merits and circumstances, but when those opportunities present themselves, in my experience, it typically results in fewer environmental impacts. It's an opportunity to consolidate infrastructure, consolidate construction activities, consolidate other several factors that go into that sort of thought process. And I think that's how I would look at this, as an opportunity to minimize impacts.
That's a really good point, Mr. Howard. To add to that, the Fulkerson site, as we've testified on the record, is being sold to the city of Cambridge to be utilized for either open space or infrastructure to benefit the community. So as opposed to having two separate developments and two separate locations, they've been consolidated, and that property will be utilized for a environmental benefit going into the future. The Fulkerson property will be.
And Ms. Benjamin's, just in connection with what you just said, is the company receiving an easement for the substation location and the interconnecting transmission facilities that will be connected to that substation from Boston Properties as part of the arrangements for this site?
That is correct. We are receiving an easement for the substation and the underground transmission and distribution infrastructure that's co-located on their property.
And are there any terms of the easement that limit the length of the company's ability to access the substation and those facilities covered under the easement?
Eversource and Boston Properties have worked through a detailed agreement that addresses the safe and reliable operation of the substation, as it happens partially during construction, during a co-construction atmosphere that Mr. X spoke to, and then also maintaining access with shared roads by adjacent property owners. So the safe operation and construction is at utmost of importance, and all of the requirements that we have to make that happen are included in that agreement.
So if you think of things in terms of a comparison between the company's arrangements at Fulkerson and the company's arrangements at the new site, does the easement arrangements provide the same rights that the company would have had essentially under its outright ownership of the Fulkerson site?
When you say outright rights, I would say from the perspective of access and maintenance and ongoing use of the property, it would be exactly the same. The difference is in the execution of the agreement, where we do not own the underlying property, and Boston Properties does.
Does the company have tax obligations related to the easement?
That is a good question that I do not have the answer to. Do any of my other colleagues have that answer right at this moment? My assumption is the tax obligations are similar or the same as they would be at Fulkerson, because we are typically taxed on the capital investment of the property. So my assumptions is that it would be the same. However, I would need to clarify.
So if I can just amplify a bit on what Ms. Benjamin said. So two things as far as access to the facility goes. The easements and the other agreements are going to be structured so that it does not impair our ability to access and operate the station. And that includes both the normal and access in the unlikely event of an emergency in the station. As far as the taxes go, I also am not sure what is in the easement, but as Ms. Benjamin said, that there will be a substantial amount of personal property that will be placing in service here, and that would be the same regardless of what these agreements are with Boston Properties, as we would own that substation and to the extent it applies, building equipment.
So, not to put you on the spot right now, I'd like to ask a record request, essentially, that provides a comparison of the company's ability to own and operate the substation under kind of the two different ownership arrangements of the property, one for the easement arrangements with Boston Properties for the new substation, and under the company's ownership of the Fulkerson site for the previous substation proposal. And that would be record request EFSB 15. Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Green.
No, thank you very much.
Could I have just 1 second, please? Thank you. Okay, no, thank you, Andy.
Okay, so I think the testimony is very clear on the notion of cost comparability between the above ground Fulkerson Street versus the underground Binney Street location for the proposed substation. And that seems to be anchored to the agreement between Eversource and Boston Properties. I'm wondering if that agreement also wraps in the city of Cambridge as a party.
It does not.
Okay. I imagine this will take me into confidential information territory, but nothing like a document to bolster the understanding of testimony. And it seems like the agreement between Eversource and Boston Properties would probably help cement our understanding of a number of issues. Would it be possible to get a copy of that agreement, which may include a lease or compensation terms or other contractual terms? And again, I'm understanding this would probably be a confidential document.
Correct. It is a confidential document. Not all of them have been completed yet. But there are confidential terms that would need to be protected from any. David, can you please speak to that?
Yes, I'll need to confer with the company. I think, as Ms. Benjamin was alluding to, certain agreements have been executed. There may be certain other agreements that will be executed in due course going forward. We will have to endeavor to see if Boston Properties has any concerns about filing the completed agreements with the siting board, even subject to a request for protective treatment, but we will do our best to respond as fully as we can.
Are there multiple agreements that we're talking about, or are these, sort of subparts or attachments to a main agreement?
There are multiple agreements that we have in place. The original terms and conditions of the original agreement that was put into place before we filed our application in March of 2022, and we're subsequently finalizing our easement agreements, which include easement agreements for the substation and then a separate utility access agreement which falls under the header of Boston Properties, but also includes others such as Biogen, who are utilizing the same properties.
Okay, Ms. Sharkey, I would like to make this a record request then for the agreements that have been executed or are in process of being developed between Boston Properties and Eversource with respect to the substation co-location within the Boston Properties development. And to the extent that the agreements are still in process, perhaps we could at least get an update on the status towards completion of the agreements.
And that would be record request EFSB 16, to the extent the company requires confidential treatment to protect the terms of the agreements from being put in the public record. And if there is something unique with regard to the arguments for this particular record request, I'm not going to ask the company to issue a specific motion for protective treatment unless they feel that that is necessary, but please address the particular requirements for protective treatment as part of your response to that record request.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
So again, I just want to get back to the concept of cost comparability or indifference from Eversource's perspective between the Fulkerson site and the Binney Street site, given the intent of these agreements that were just requested. Is it a fair statement that if Eversource were bearing the cost of constructing the vault as part of its capital project budget, that the cost of this project would be far higher than what it would be to Eversource?
That is correct. If Eversource were to build an underground substation, it would be significantly more. And to elaborate on that response, as was clear in the materials that we provided for outreach of Fulkerson, there was significant concern with the substation being located on that parcel. And the concerns were not just around the substation and its specific location. It was also the height of the structure that would be required to house the equipment to meet the necessary need. Adjacent properties, being Alexandria and a parking garage, were required to change the height of their structures, as well as put in certain areas different levels, so that the communities adjacent to those developments were not experiencing shading from those structures. So if Eversource were to proceed with the substation at Fulkerson, we would be required to put portions, if not significant portions, underground, which would drive up the cost considerably for our customers.
Again, given the characterization of underground construction being substantially more expensive than above ground construction for a substation, can we talk about this in some kind of a order of magnitude way or percentage manner, just to get a kind of ballpark understanding of whether we're talking about a few million, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars of difference?
Mr. Zico, can you speak to that question, please?
I will certainly make an effort to, as far as the cost of the substation, and I'm going to try to break it down into two items, and one of them is the enclosure itself, whether that be above grade or below grade, and the second would be the substation equipment, again, whether that be above grade and below grade. And as I testified earlier, the substation equipment, the transformers, reactors, et cetera, are going to be the same as they would be regardless of where the substation is going, and there would be more costs, and that's to get them lowered into the underground vault versus an above ground building or an open air facility. As far as the box or the building itself, that would likely be in the hundreds of millions of dollars. To build this underground vault requires slurry wall construction, which is very expensive just because of the way that it's undertaken. And then once the slurry walls are built, it requires a top-down construction. That is, the roof slab is placed first, and then through select openings in the roof slab, the subsequent levels are excavated and floor slabs poured as the desired elevations are reached. So all of that, will just intuitively is substantially more than, say, an above ground building where you build a superstructure, place some floor slabs, and then hang a facade on it.
That was very helpful, Mr. Zico. I'm looking to follow up your response by asking if there is any information already in the record that quantifies those kinds of expenses with constructing an underground vault for a project such as this.
I was not involved in all of the preparing all of the cost IRs, so I to the best of my knowledge and recollection, it's not in there. I would defer, maybe perhaps Ms. Benjamin's or Mr. Eck may be aware of it.
The component that we've included is the record request, or the information request that we've been discussing, C9. That does not include the magnitude of the cost that Boston Properties is undertaking. I have asked Boston Properties for that cost in the past, and they believe that is commercially sensitive and have not been able to share it with us. I'm wondering if we can look at what a typical cost of an underground parking garage would look like, to see if that would be somewhat similar to what an underground vault would cost.
I don't know, that I'm not a civil engineer, whether those are comparable construction propositions, but if that is your expert opinion or the company's expert opinion, that might be helpful.
Mr. Green, I'm not a civil engineer either, but I do believe that an underground parking garage would be of an equivalent depth would be a reasonable proxy for the underground box or vault.
Is the depth of the substation vault approximately vertically where a parking garage would be located, or is it at greater depth?
Well, what we can state and what's in the record is the depth of the lowest level of the proposed underground substation is going to be about 110 feet below what the present surface grade is now, and that's give or take. But it'll give you an idea of the depth. So to get an apples to apples comparison, you would need to get something of an equivalent depth, because it impacts the amount of slurry wall that you need to build. So the amount of soil that goes out, the size of the rebar cages and concrete that goes in, and then an equivalent number of floors.
Right, and I'm imagining. Sorry, I'm imagining that a garage that has a lowest depth of 120 feet below grade is going to have to be multiple levels, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would.
Are we talking, do we know how many levels would be approximately conducive for an excavation of that depth?
For a parking garage?
Yes.
I don't know.
All right, well, I'll take Ms. Benjamin's up on her kind offer to provide a cost ballpark comparison with an underground parking garage. And in that response, I would also appreciate any attempt to try and make it as apples to apples as possible by looking at how many levels the parking garage would be to approximate the depth of the vault for the substation project.
And Ms. Benjamins, were you thinking that would be provided as part of the company's response to record request EFSB 14, or do we need to make a separate record request for that information?
My thought is that it should be a separate record request so that if costs are coming in at a different time, that we can track them as such. But I am going to defer to our counsel. Mr. Rosenzweig, what are your thoughts?
Thank you. I think we may have some difficulty developing this response. We will do the best we can, but so that it is separate from the other parts of other record requests, to the extent we can just focus on this one as independent of those, we may be better off.
So would someone like to take a shot at formulating what the record request specifically is addressing?
I can try. If it wasn't, if it needs to be, clarified. So again, we're looking for a cost comparison between, or let's call it a cost estimation of the vault, which apparently Boston Properties is unwilling to provide, by the company developing an estimate of what the cost would be to create a comparable underground parking facility at comparable depth with the appropriate number of levels.
And a question along those lines, if we were able to find an equivalent project that was completed maybe 20 years ago, could we provide that with cost escalation components to what it would be in today's dollars?
Are we talking about the Big Dig now?
We are talking about a post office square parking garage that was built between 1988 and 1990.
That sounds like it might be representative, with a need for a significant inflation adjustment.
Right. We will look into it. Thank you.
Okay.
So that would be record request EFSB 17.
That parking garage at Post Office Square also has a park above it, doesn't it?
Correct.
So that's a similar feature, I guess, of both of these projects.
Correct.
Given Mr. Zico's kind of ballpark estimate that the cost of the excavation is probably in the neighborhood of hundreds of millions of dollars of expense that Eversource is not bearing, Boston Properties is. I'm wondering, how would the company react if in the future, when it proposes new substations in other locations and a host community were to say, gee, we'd love to have this substation be placed underground, like you did in Kendall Square. Would you mind doing that? How would the company react to that type of request?
That is a good question, and we have received that request on a number of occasions. My feedback to those cities is that we need considerable participation by the host city to work with the developer and to provide some financial incentive for the developer to carry the cost of undergrounding the project, as Boston Properties has in this circumstance.
Do you anticipate that might be an arrangement that other communities could replicate and how they engage with the company around new substation proposals?
I do think that in this case, the conversations have been with the city of Boston and the city of Somerville, and that they are both in constant negotiations with developers who are working on utilizing their properties. And that is something that they are willing to work and understand and to successfully complete. One piece that we have been discussing is, instead of the substation being underground, is that it potentially takes up like the first couple floors of a building or some other type of construction. But none of those ideas have been advanced further beyond high level concept.
And in terms of achieving the siting board's statutory mission of ensuring a reliable supply of energy with a minimum impact on the environment at the lowest possible cost, do you believe that the arrangement that you've entered into with Boston Properties, it actually achieves those objectives?
I wholeheartedly agree that the arrangement that we have entered into with Boston Properties achieves the objectives of the siting board. We have been able to maintain a realistic cost of the project by not carrying the underground cost of the substation. We have been able to successfully work with the city of Cambridge, Boston Properties, and the other entities to design a project that can be constructed and provide reliable service to our customers. And because the project is co-located on an area that was already planned for construction and has been the space of the project has been maximized, as well as the equipment being utilized to make sure that the environment is maintained, I do believe that this meets all of the statute requirements of the siting board.
Thank you. Ms. DeBacher?
Smitha, I believe you're on mute. We still can't hear you. No, sorry.
Should we consider taking a short break while Ms. DeVacar sorts that out?
Why don't we take our mid-morning break now anyway? And then we can resume. Let's come back at 11:20.
I wonder if we could make it 23.
That's fine. Thank you, Mr. Brock.
Thank you.
Off the record.
Can
Try it again, Smitha?
you hear me, Donna?
I can, thank you.
Thank you.
Smitha, if you need technical assistance, call 857-200-0065.
Thank you, Andy. I'm back on, I guess, so, yeah.
We're back at 11:23. We just took our mid-morning break.
Yeah, I got it, yeah.
Okay. Anybody have anything before we go back on the record?
No, thanks, no.
Let's go back on the record. Smitha?
Thank you, Ms. Shaki. Can you hear me clear?
We can, thank you.
Thank you. Before we move on to the next question, I have a quick question for Mr. Zico. So while answering one of the questions from the panel, Mr. Zico mentioned the method of construction of any underground vault, wherein you would start with the roof slab and then pour in the floor slabs.
I'm sorry, wherein you would what?
Pour in the floor slabs.
I'm sorry, I mentioned the method of construction of any underground vault, wherein you would
First construct the roof slab and then pour in the floor slabs. Is this standard practice? I'm asking you this because in explaining it plays into, you know, one's understanding of the cost differentials. Since you mentioned the enclosure is one big piece of the pie, I just want to know if this is standard practice, the way the vault is being constructed. First the roof slab, then pour in the floor slabs.
It is a standard construction method, and it's called top-down construction, wherein the first element that's constructed are the 4 slurry walls. So they dig basically a trench a little at a time around the entire perimeter, put the rebar cages in, fill it with concrete, and then move on. They make that in panels. Once those panels are all set and cured, excuse me, they'll have a concrete perimeter with soil on top of it. They'll take some of that soil out, and then they'll form the roof slab on top of that. Once the roof slab is cured, they'll start excavating the soil out from underneath. And when they get to the desired elevation, they will pour a floor slab, wait for that to cure, and so on and so on, all the way till they get to the bottom.
So what about the basement? I'm just curious about how the basement gets built, and because I would imagine there's more than just pouring a slab when the basement is involved, right?
Well, the lowest floor, if you will, the lowest elevation will sit on native soil with a crushed rock barrier underneath it.
Okay. Thank you very much for the clarity.
Yep.
I'd like to move on to the next question. Now, this is with reference to the exhibit EFSB R-2 and all the subsets that came along with it. There is a discussion of alternatives 1 and 2 for the 290 Binney Street site in there. In terms of how much of construction happens above ground, how much of construction happens below ground, and in terms of how much of this is transmission, how much is distribution, can you walk us through these design options?
Yes, I can. So I'm referring to attachment EFSB R2 parens 1, and that is the so-called alternative number 1 that you just mentioned. In that variant, we had proposed to place at the Broadway end of the site a below ground transmission substation. So that is and when I say transmission substation, what I mean is it's the point of entry for the transmission lines that are going to interconnect it to the system, the gas insulated switchgear, the series reactors, as well as all the associated protection and control equipment. At the Binney Street end of the site, it was proposed to construct an above grade distribution station. And that, when I say distribution station, that would contain the 4 transformers, the associated 14 kV switchgear, protection and control equipment. The two facilities, the so-called transmission station and the distribution station, would require a 115 kV circuit, as well as other control and communication circuits to connect the 2 facilities. So that was alternative number 1. Alternative number 2, which is described in attachment EFSB R2 parens 2, called for a station that is in the area that is more or less now the new blue garage. And this would have had a station, a so-called above grade station, and it would have had underneath this above grade substation would have had a cable routing through the basement of the substation, and then underneath that, parking spaces.
Is there anything you'd like to add, Mr. Zico?
Just that the alternative 2 would be at the Binney Street end of the proposed development area.
And not all of the blue garage footprint would be involved in it, right?
That's
Sorry, I couldn't understand that. Not all the blue garage. What?
Not all of the blue garage footprint is involved.
That's correct. None of the alternatives that we looked at would take that entire footprint.
Thank you. Now, in these attachments that in these exhibits that I'm referring to, it is stated that both these design options, alternatives 1 and 2, were constructible and able to meet the project need. So in that case, I'm just curious as to why the underground substation design was selected. And I would really appreciate the process that went into such a decision. Of particular interest is
I'm sorry, went into such a decision, what?
I'd like to know what the process has been in making such a design selection. And of particular interest is the role of the Cambridge Redevelopment Authority.
So I will certainly start out with that, and I may need to and will need to call upon Ms. Benjamins to expand upon what I say. But when the statement was made in that those options were constructible, it meant that it was something that could be built. There were no, I'll call them fatal flaws in the proposal. From the technical perspective is only one of many facets that get considered when we're building a substation, and that's my handoff when I will ask Ms. Benjamins to explain some of the other very important considerations besides technical.
Mr. Zico is correct, and I will also ask Mr. Eck to step in. The we were looking at what would be technically feasible for us to accomplish the need of the project. What also needs to happen and is happening on the property is Boston Properties proposed development. So basically, our substation needed to be co-designed to fit in with how the overall property is going to function. So there's residential properties, there's commercial buildings. How do all those fit into where the substation is going to be? How did they adequately address the green space that's being an open space that's being maintained? And then what did the overall community want to see out of the development? By the solution that we're looking at, by having the whole substation in one location, gave Boston Properties more flexibility to design the site and also facilitates co-construction for both our project and Boston Properties project. By having the substation separated with distribution and transmission, it really constrains how Boston Properties can move forward. And although we look at this property in isolation of just the blue garage footprint, keep in mind that this is surrounded by buildings on both sides that are immediately adjacent. So it's a very tight footprint of construction. So the solution came about as an evolution of what worked best for Boston Properties, Eversource, and what could be constructed together.
So were these design options presented to the Cambridge Redevelopment Authority?
I can't recall if they were presented to the Redevelopment Authority. We worked with Boston Properties, and Boston Properties proposed the best footprint of the site that they saw to be necessary to work with the Cambridge Redevelopment Authority. Basically, we participated in the process, but the majority of the conversations were between the Cambridge Redevelopment Authority that was sponsoring the Boston Properties project and Boston Properties to design what met the needs of the community.
Thank you. Now, it is understood that the design of the new substation, as proposed by the company at present, underwent some enhancements between February and December of 2020. The question is if you could explain the reason for such a revision and the nature of changes that were incorporated.
Mr. Zico?
Yes, so it's, with regard to the first part of the question, it's like any design project or any design project at all, is that as you begin to get into the first thing you look for is, is there a fatal flaw? And when the answer to that's no, you begin to advance the design. And as you get into the design, you inevitably find things that call for small amendments to the design as you go. And as you get into the details, you find even more. One of them was that we decided that we would, provide a space for a fourth transformer in the event that one was needed. And then the others were to have provisions for a future shunt reactor if that one needed for voltage control, so that we would have kind of dig the hole and disturb the area once and then be able to populate it as we need to in the future.
So since you mentioned that one of the components that got added was space for the fourth transformer, was there a reassessment of the needs at that point? The project need at that point?
So if you mean strictly project need as it relates to what the need team testified to earlier, that was done. I don't know any of the specifics on it, but we also knew that as we were as we were going through some of the meetings with the city of Cambridge on this, we were told to, plan out further than we normally do. And because they wanted to minimize the number of times that we come back and have to perform construction. So we did that, and we had this opportunity where we were able to fit the fourth transformer and its associated switchgear in.
Thank you, Mr. Zico. Moving on, this is with regard to the costs on alternatives 1 and 2. If the company so prefers, we could take this as a record request, but what I'm trying to get at is a comparison of transmission station and distribution station costs for these alternatives, alternative 1 and alternative 2.
Yes, I'm not aware of where that is already in the record that I could point to, and it's not something that I feel I could develop.
We did not develop
as
cost
the
estimates.
examination continues.
Correct. We did not develop cost estimates for the other alternative as provided.
And why was that exercise not undertaken?
The exercise, an agreement was that we would not pay for more than we would have paid for the Fulkerson site. When we're looking at our costs, we're focusing on the cost of the equipment being the same, the cost of the easements being the same, the cost of timing of permitting, so that plays out into AFUDC, and the time that it would take to construct the substation. The details that would play into, or I'm not sure how the cost estimates would change. We were focusing on meeting the need, and all of the other pieces remain the same.
Let me correct me if I'm wrong. So this is how I understand. There was alternative 1, alternative 2, and the currently proposed on the table.
I'm sorry, and the currently proposed what?
And the currently proposed design option on the table. The company discussed these 3 options with Boston Properties. And in the discussion between Boston Properties and Cambridge, it was decided that the currently proposed option be advanced. Is this the sequence, and am I getting this right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, just for my understanding, what is the expected, design life of the currently proposed underground substation? I know there are different components to it, but if you were to think of the worst case scenario, what is the expected lifetime?
Mr. Zico, can you please speak of the life expectancy of our equipment?
Yes. So typically for the electrical equipment itself, 40 years is customarily what's considered to be the useful life. I've seen it go a lot longer. I've seen it go a lot shorter, but I've seen 40 years in my judgment is a fair assessment of it. As far as the walls go, the walls that form the vault, the walls and floors that form the vault, those are concrete. They would have an indefinite lifespan. They would be, as concrete needed to be repaired in the future, it would be by various methods. We could either chip out what's damaged and repair it, or there's various epoxy injection systems that can be used to repair the concrete. The building systems would have a life expectancy as would in any other commercial or industrial building, and those will be replaced as needed. We typically, as a company, when we make a substation investment, we plan on being there for the long term. And I do know of some stations that have run for over 100 years, albeit not with the same original equipment, but they will get modernized and any building facilities repaired and updated as needed.
Thank you. Those are the questions.
So, Ms.
Sorry?
Divakar, I'm wondering if you are still planning on a record request for the costs of alternative 1 and 2?
No, I understand that the company never ventured to make cost estimates, so no record request there. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
So those are the questions I have on the cost section. If any one of my colleagues has any add-on questions, the floor is yours.
Do any of this other staff have questions of the company with regard to cost? In that case, do any of the other council have questions with regard to the areas the bench has been addressing this morning?
No questions for MIT, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeTore.
And no questions for the city of Cambridge.
Thank you, Mr. Olson. In that case, are we?
Ms. Sharkey, if I could, I believe Mr. Wilmer has a rates question. He had misunderstood. Rates is a cost question. So Mr. Wilmer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Wong. I had a question that has been asked on Monday, but I would like to ask it to the rates panel. What is the company's experience with differentiated rates, in other words, dynamic pricing for residential customers in the Cambridge area?
I think I probably would be the closest person to answer that, but I don't have our rates witness who would know the structures better to respond better to that question is not testifying in this proceeding. I'm happy to take a record request and help coordinate an answer to that. So it's full and complete.
Sure. To make it a records request, I would state it as what experience in the past or future programs does the company have with differentiated rates?
For the Cambridge area or in general?
The customers being served in the proposed load pocket.
Okay, that would be record request EFSB 18.
I'm sorry, can I ask a follow-up? I know Ashley's taking it, but can I ask a follow-up question on that? Mr. Wilmer, do you mean time differentiated rates, like time varying rates?
What I'm trying to get at is if the company has any programs or has experimented with any programs that incentivize customers to offset demand during peak times.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. I have no further rates questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilmer. In that case, Mr. Rosenzweig, do you have any redirect you might like to ask with regard to what we've been covering this morning?
We do not, and I just want to get some direction from staff if the questioning in this area, these topics, is over whether I can release some of our witnesses to go about their day and other responsibilities. So whether we do that on the record or off the record, but I just want to know what's next up so that we have the right witnesses queued up, and that if there's no further need for certain of our witnesses that were testifying on the cost issues, and particularly the rate issues, whether those witnesses can leave the Zoom panel in the hearing at this point.
I believe that we're now moving to environmental, and therefore except to the extent those cost witnesses might be needed for responding to those questions, and certainly the issues regarding rate making would be done for today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
But we appreciate everyone providing responses on the record today.
So from our end, I would just say to Mr. Burnham, Ms. Botello, and Mr. Ryan that I think they are free to go, and that the remainder of our witnesses should stay available. And if anything arises in your areas, we'll deal with that circumstance if it should occur.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So, Ms. Divakar, can we move to your environmental questions?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'd like to begin with questions on noise impacts.
Sorry to interject with another disruption. One of our witnesses who is a noise specialist who's available to be questioned by the staff and other parties is Mr. O'Neill. He has not been sworn yet, so if we could have him sworn in and do brief direct examination, then I think we should be all set.
Do we have any other witnesses that might be needed for the environmental questions?
I believe we have other witnesses, but they've been sworn already, Mr. Kaler, is that right?
Yes, that is correct. They've been sworn.
Okay, then. Mr. O'Neill, could you raise your hand so it's visible in your video screen? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Kaler.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. O'Neill.
Good morning.
Please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record.
My name is Robert O'Neill, O''Neal, and I am employed by Epsilon Associates Incorporated. Business address is 3 Mill and Main Place, Suite 250, Maynard, Massachusetts, 01754.
And what is your role with Epsilon Associates, Mr. O'Neill?
Say I have two roles here. One role is I'm one of the managing principals at the firm, along with my colleague, Mike Howard. And in that role, I'm responsible for overall management and leadership of the company. In addition, on the technical side, I'm an acoustical engineer.
And what has been your role on behalf of the Greater Cambridge Energy Program?
I've been part of the Epsilon Associates team that's been supporting the environmental permitting part of this project.
Thank you. And on what topics in the company's petitions are you prepared to testify today?
Sound/noise.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, they were.
Do you have any changes to the materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name to offer for the record?
No, I do not.
And do you adopt all materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill.
Thank you.
Ms. Sharkey, the witness is available.
Thank you, Mr. Kaler. Ms. Divakar.
Thank you. So the question has reference to table 5-13 of the company's petition at page 5-78.
Okay.
So the question, thank you. So the question is, if you could clarify the range that is mentioned under the column typical sound levels, does it correspond to the noisiest and the least noisy equipment?
I may ask my fellow colleagues on this panel, Mr. Eck and Mr. Zico, to help me out with the response to that question on table 5-13. I'll start and ask them to help me out, but certainly sound levels vary over time, depending on how the equipment is operated and used. And I personally did not take these measurements as the footnote says another firm did, but it represents a range of operations of typical equipment.
I understand that the list of equipment for which the sound levels were measured have been provided in the type of equipment column. I just wanted to know if this range is basically about the noisiest equipment and the least noisy equipment in the list under type of equipment column.
Rob, I can help with this one if it's easier for you. Yes, that is the intent of the second column. The type of equipment identified there and the range of sound associated with it is in the following column. That's the intent of the table based on the data and the sources that are referenced in the footnote.
Right. So at any given time of construction, we would expect that a combination of these equipment is likely to be used. So I'm just curious if the company can provide an estimate of cumulative noise levels at 50 feet during peak construction activity for each of these activities listed on the table. We could take this as a record request.
And let me start there. That is the intent. These are, as you say, cumulative levels. In other words, there are different types of pieces of equipment there that are listed among each of the types of activities in table 513. And due to the logarithmic nature of sound, the total sound or the cumulative level, if you will, is always dominated by the loudest source of the sound. So that's what these sound levels represent. They represent the totality of, for example, let's look at manhole installation, for example, is one of the types of activities. And you've got 5 different sources potentially listed that might be present during manhole installation. So the total sound cumulative from them could range from 57 decibels to 83 decibels at 50 feet. But that's cumulative. It's from all the sources combined. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. So just so that I get it clear, and please correct me if I'm wrong. I understand that the levels that you provide under typical sound levels column corresponds to the noisiest and least noisy equipment for the list of equipment that you provided in type of equipment column. But I hear you say, since the cumulative noise level is, dominated by the most noisy equipment, it still is cumulative at 50 feet. Is this right? Is this correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the clarification.
You're welcome.
Now, moving on, this cumulative noise level information is provided for transmission cable laying.
For
In a
transmission
regular
cable laying.
Cable laying.
Yeah.
In a regular scenario where you have a closed trench, can the company provide similar estimates of cumulative noise levels for trenchless cable laying? So what I'm looking for is the listing of the various activities, and along the same lines as table 5-13, if we could have information on the various activities for trenchless cable laying and the cumulative sound levels corresponding to the many activities. We could take this as a record request. Another piece that I am interested in understanding is what would the cumulative noise levels be at the property line of the underground substation that is being proposed as well.
Is that part of the same record request?
Yes. Two components of interest. One, trenchless cable laying, and the second being at the property line of the 290 Binney Street site, what would these cumulative noise levels look like?
With regard to your second question, do you mean at ground level as opposed to down at the source?
Basically, on grade at the on the surface, but at the property lines.
Does the company understand the request? Mr. O'Neill?
I believe I do. In other words, what would the sound levels be to a person standing at the property line at the ground surface, as opposed to anybody underground?
Well, above ground on the surface at the property line is good enough for the underground substation. The other piece of interest is for the various activities that are involved in trenchless cable laying, what would the cumulative noise levels be?
With that clarification, does the company understand the record request?
I believe I do, yes.
Then that would be record request EFSB-19.
Thank you. Does weather impact noise level measurements?
I'm sorry, was that a question to me?
Yes, I'd just like to know, are there variations in noise levels measurements to be expected if measurements were taken in summer or winter?
That's a good question. Typically, at reference levels of 50 feet, you're not going to see any variation due to any atmospheric conditions, or that's such a short distance. No, I would expect them to be the same as long as the equipment was operating in the same type of mode and power condition.
I was just interested because with reference to the same table 5-13, there is a footnote which says that these measurements were taken during the months of October and November. I'm just curious as to why that time period was chosen. Now, I understand that it doesn't change the level sound level measurements, whether it was taken in October. Are there any other reasons why that period was chosen?
Right, it makes no difference in terms of the sound levels. I can't speak to why they were chosen that during those particular months. I was not personally involved in collecting that data.
Anyone else wants to respond from the company side?
This is Chris Duval. The only other thing I could offer there is that, you know, if for more stationary sound sources, especially over a 24-hour period, during certain times of the year, you're going to get significantly less ambient noise levels just from, you know, birds, insects, you know, and things of that nature. So that may be the only reason why that was specifically identified as an item in that footnote. But, you know, for construction activities that occur, you know, during business hours, at a distance of 50 feet, the noise, as Mr. O'Neill reported, wouldn't be appreciably different, you know, given a seasonal variation in the time of year.
Yep. Thanks for the clarification. So the intent in controlling the ambient noise levels would be to keep that at a minimum?
Well, I think the intent, anytime you're trying to take what we call reference source levels, what's the reference sound level of a piece of equipment, is you want to reduce or eliminate, to the extent you can, other outside factors or variables. And that's one reason we do it at 50 feet, because at 50 feet, there's really nothing else that's going to contribute in any meaningful way to that sound level. It's the piece of equipment that you're measuring, which is going to dominate.
Thank you. Thanks for the information. Now moving on, does the company anticipate exceedance of noise limits set by the various municipalities involved in this project at any time during construction? Now, this could be at the new substation site or along the transmission cable routes. For reference, table 5-6 at page 5-54 of the petition does list the acceptable sound level limits for the various municipalities.
I can take a start at answering your question, and perhaps my colleagues can kind of help elaborate for me as well. So as you can see from table 5-13, what we expect for worst case sound levels from the different combinations of phases of construction go as high as 83 decibels at 50 feet when all the equipment is combined. And in terms of looking at city limits on construction, generally it's allowed hours of operation, which are the most prevalent in terms of controlling construction noise. But you're right, they also, in table 5-6 on page 5-54 of the petition, there are also statements about construction levels should not exceed 86 decibels at a distance of 50 feet. So I would conclude that based on table 5-13 in the petition, with a limit of a maximum level of 83 decibels, that the company would comply with the local ordinances on construction noise.
Thank you. Because the question was asked because not always is the 50 feet distance at which a measurement is taken, it doesn't hold always, right? So that's the reason I asked the question. Still, even if it is not at 50 feet, Are there chances for any kind of exceedance?
Any chances for what?
Exceedance to the permissible noise levels by the municipalities, recommended by the municipalities?
I guess I'll respond in saying, as Mr. O'Neill kind of pointed out, our current expectations are that we will be within the noise limits identified within the various city ordinances. But acknowledging that something could happen that would exceed those limits in specific special circumstances, those would be directly addressed with the city that we are working in. But we do not currently expect to exceed those ordinance limits at this time.
Thank you. Mr. Brock, are we good?
Yes.
Could we go off the record briefly? Smitha, do you have a pair of headphones you can use?
I tried, I hit the wall with the first time I tried, but let me see.
Hear me?
Yes.
I can.
Great. Yeah. So I'll keep this.
So much better. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
Back on
Sharkey.
record.
So if I may continue.
Thank you.
Yep. Now, if at any time there are public complaints with regard to noise levels being exceeded, how does the company plan to go about addressing these complaints?
I'm not sure if Mr. Lanham is on the line, but I can start off and see if others can pick it up. Generally, for this project, we will have and have initiated an extensive outreach plan. And as we get closer to construction, the focus will be on clear communication paths for concerns or complaints that may be received from various community members. And certainly we will be working closely with the cities and communities on at a bare minimum monthly, if not a weekly frequency to discuss any such communication that gets received by the company so that we can quickly address these concerns.
Anyone wants to add?
Just I'm noting that if there's more question in this area, we do have our outreach specialists who may be available, but they aren't present right now on the panel, and they could describe with a little more detail what their outreach plans are and how they contact customers and provide website and other access options for these types of inquiries from the public going forward. And so we have a choice here whether to postpone those types of questions until they're available, or if you wanted more on the record for that, we could provide that information by way of a response to a record request.
Ms. Shaki, do you want to take a call on that?
If you'd like to have the company provide more detail on that, I would suggest it's probably quickest to do it as a record request.
Okay.
So as record request EFSB 20, that would be how the company responds to customers
Who have
questions and or complaints regarding noise levels
during construction.
Thank you.
The next question has reference to exhibit EFSB NO-1. The company mentions that there have been consultations. There are ongoing consultations with the various municipalities, Cambridge, Somerville, and Boston, with regard to finalizing working hour commitments. Just wanted to know if you have any updates with regard to these consultations and if there have been any accommodations by any of these municipalities.
Ms. Benjamins, do you want to address this one?
Certainly, we continue to work closely with these entities. All of the work hours and construction sequencing will be formalized in a memorandum of understanding with each of the entities. We did have a recent conversation last week with the City of Cambridge and MIT, where we did discuss some work hour components, and the City of Cambridge has told us they remain committed to balancing the speed of construction to get the project finished with some of the work hour constraints. So we will continue to work through to make sure that we can get the project done as quickly as possible while meeting the city's needs.
Thank you. So now the next question has the testimony from MIT-WSP-1 for reference.
I have it.
Thank you. So now from our discussion of table 5-13 earlier, I understand that the company estimates a range of 57 to 83 decibels at 50 feet from the source across transmission cable laying for all transmission cable laying activities. Now, with regard to the Vassar Street, which is lined by buildings, will the company consider a revised estimate of perceived noise levels for users within the abutting properties?
Are you requesting that we update the potential sound levels with buildings immediately adjacent? Is that what you're asking?
So what I'm asking is there is a different character to the Vassar Street. So would be the case with many other streets where buildings are closely abut the roads, right? And this number of, having measurements taken at 50 feet might not stand in these cases. So if you have such cases along the transmission cable laying routes, would you reconsider the estimates, especially when there are residents or users in these abutting properties?
So I believe what you're asking is, would we look at quantifying noise levels closer than 50 feet because of the proximity of the buildings?
It could be just the distance. It could also be a function of the surfaces being very close together, and therefore any kind of, noise enhancement happening for people within these properties.
That is a good question. The entire project is located in an urban area that has a number of mixed uses that we're managing. There are portions of Vassar that do have buildings on both sides, but Vassar also abuts a pretty substantial sports area that's open, that does allow a steady path for sound to dissipate on Vassar. So the portion that you're referring to is I'd say less than 25% of that portion. And I think we'd be facing the same challenges on Broadway, Binney, Ames, and other roadways. So basically, I think you're asking how much is the sound going to reflect and potentially magnify? Okay.
In any of these cases, yeah, just not Vassar, yeah.
Okay. Mr. O'Neill, can you speak to how sound reacts in a situation like this?
Certainly. I can do that, and then I'll perhaps direct the group to another piece of information which has hopefully help answer the question. Certainly, sound can reflect off of a hard surface, and in a particular case, if a sound source is adjacent to a hard surface and it reflects, it could add up to 3 additional decibels. But there's a lot of other factors, because when sound reflects, you're now increasing the path length of the sound, which also serves to diminish sound levels, because the distance sound is traveling is now going to get longer. So there's multiple factors at work here. Reflection does generally enhance sound by a few decibels, but it increases path length, which decreases the sound. So it's not a simple answer. And as my colleague said, there's lots going on here in an urban area anyway. What I might direct your attention to is EFSB NO-5, one of the other record requests. That there's a table in there, EFSB NO-5 paren 1, which has those same sound levels from different phases of equipment at 3 different distances. One at 25 feet, which perhaps maybe is what you're thinking of for a receptor that's closer than 50 feet. 25 feet, 50 feet, and 100 feet, to give you a sense of different distances back, what those sound levels might look like.
And I would assume the 25 feet should cover pretty much all the routes that have been, that the transmission lines would be routed through for this project, right? Is it a safe assumption?
I'm going to let one of my colleagues answer that, but the intent of that table was to do a calculation at a generic distance of 25 feet, because yes, that's going to represent a very close proximity of an urban residence to in-street trenching construction.
Yeah, that should be, that's good enough. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'd like to turn to some of the noise analysis that has been done for the proposed new substation site. If you could turn your attention to EFSB SU-22 subset 2.
Yes, I have that in front of me.
So in there is this figure 1, which talks about project location and noise study area.
Yes, I see that.
Yeah. So that's the, let's keep that for a reference. Now, in the executive summary of this document, the company states that resulting noise levels for both analyzed cases are anticipated to be compliant with overall noise levels at all existing commercial properties nearby, the future commercial building, and the future residential building, and acceptable within the park or open space as part of the development. The question is, with reference to this statement by the company, does this statement indicate a requirement that the company must abide by?
Well, yes, it does. And I would refer you to table 2, which is on page 4 of 8, also PDF page 4 of 8. And you'll see that, we have a column for acceptable noise code limits, existing limits, estimated project generated sound with mitigation, and that's all of the sound attenuation equipment that we plan to put in the station. And then the final column is exceedance. And you'll see that for location 3C, noise receptor 3C, which is the open park space, there is no sound limit there. So that's why that is flagged as NA. Same thing with location 3A. That's also flagged as NA. There's no Cambridge noise limit for areas within an open park space. But what you can see is that the existing sound levels in the general area are well above the 56 that we would be contributing. So the existing sound level is likely to dominate in that area.
Right. What would you do about the sound levels in these open space type of land use where, as you mentioned, Cambridge does not have set standard? How would you make sure that the sound levels post-construction and even during construction do not impede the use of the space?
During construction, it would be the same as we would during any construction of any other element of the project.
Right.
But following construction, we would, certainly take any sound complaints that we have and, go out, take measurements and act on them.
Anything more to add?
I do not, no.
Thank you. Now, this is with reference to table 3 of the same document.
All right, give me a moment to get there, please.
Sure.
I have that in front of me.
Thank you. So I just want to know, typically are noise levels at the exhaust lower than the intake, or is it vice versa?
I do not know. It's a little bit tough to quantify because the intake ducts or the intake structure is of a different physical design and aesthetic design than the exhaust structure. The intake structure has more surface area, but some of that surface area is lower to the ground, whereas the exhaust structure has less surface area, and that is higher above the ground. So it's difficult to say with any certainty. I would expect, just based on kind of simple expectations of sound production, that the exhaust structure would probably be louder, but would be further away from sensitive receptors.
So what I hear you say is exhaust, the surface area is less and it is further above from the ground?
Correct.
Surface area is less and further above from the ground. One would assume that the noise that comes out of it is lesser than the intake in that case. Is that where you're heading? Is that the clue there?
Not exactly. Right at the exhaust louver, when you'll be moving the same amount of air, the amount of air that goes in has to be the amount of air that comes out. You'll be exhausting that air over a smaller surface area, so the velocity of that air will be higher, which will mean a higher sound level. However, that higher sound level is several feet above the ground, where there'll be no people to hear it, no sensitive receptors.
Okay, thank you. Now, what is the sound attenuation that could be achieved during operations of the substation with the use of mitigation measures such as silencers and duct lining at the points of exit and entry to the substation?
So the tables that are in attachment EFSB SU 22 parens 2 take that into account. There are sound attenuators on the inlet, sound attenuators on the outlet, as well as duct lining with lining within the duct to attenuate the sound. What they balanced when they did this was the amount of air that we needed to move through the facility at maximum heat rejection with the allowable louver area and the limitations of the static pressure on the fans. And that went through several iterations and was optimized to get to the point that we're at now.
Okay. And do we have estimates for the exit and entry points? I think that was more of interest.
I'm not sure I understand what you're asking.
So there are points at which you access the substation vault, right?
Oh, okay. I understand now. So you mean the stair and elevator head house? So the stair and elevator head house, if we go back to figure 1, the stair and elevator head house is in the upper, almost the upper left-hand corner of the block, and the nearest calculated sound point to that was 3C. So if we go back down to table 3C, it would be it's 65 decibels there now, and the projected addition would be 62 dB. So
3B, right? That's 3B. Okay.
3, yes. Sensitive noise receptor area 3B, correct.
Right. Okay.
So it would not exceed that.
Got it.
Which again is lower than the background that was measured in the area.
Thank you. Yeah. Now, the next question refers to EFSB SU-22 and SU-6. Now, there is a mention of the hearing conservation program. The company states that the requirements of its hearing conservation program would be met within the new substation during construction and operation phases. The question is, Was this hearing conservation program developed to meet all applicable noise exposure standards for the two phases, construction and operation?
The hearing conservancy standard was developed based on OSHA limits and OSHA best practices, as well as learnings that we've had in the company over the year. It was written more with the operations in mind, but it would certainly apply to construction as applicable.
Right. So the basis, as you, from what you say, is OSHA, and there are no other standards built into the hearing conservation program.
The attachment provided as EFSB SU 22 parens 1 is the sum and substance of the company's hearing protection program. There are references in there. One of them is to U.S. Department of, and actually both to various U.S. Department of Labor OSHA standards. So that is what this is based on, and it applies across all the company's areas. Again, whether it be operations, construction, whether it be the electric, gas or water operations that the company conducts.
Okay. Just to confirm, now I understand that the new substation design has space enough to accommodate a 4th transformer, but for now, the operations are going to be limited to 3 transformers. Now, my question is, does the cumulative noise level of all these 3 transformers functioning at any point in time fall within the OSHA standards for occupational noise exposure?
So each transformer is going to be in its own concrete vault. And as a practical matter, the walls of the vault are going to be so thick that the sound from one transformer will not propagate to any appreciable amount to the other transformer rooms. So when you're in a transformer room, all you're going to hear or all you're going to be exposed to is the sound from one transformer.
So are there instances wherein operators would have to go into these walls where the transformers are housed?
Yes, they would.
And at that point, would the transformers be shut down so they can approach it? Or what are the noise levels going to be? And is that of any concern?
So with, to answer the first part of your question, it would be both. When the transformers will be equipped with various instrumentation and controls so that they're relatively autonomous and self-governing. However, we do go in to make inspections. And if there's a control system that's not returning a correct item or fails, we'd have to go in and inspect and replace that. In that case, the operator would be in that room with a live transformer. There will be other operations that they do to the transformer, suppose say a tap changer overhaul on the transformer, where the transformer needs to be taken out of service to perform that work. So it's going to be a mixture of both. Typically, the time that they're in the vault with it energized is usually pretty short, but if hearing protection is needed, the door will be so posted and the necessary PPE will be provided to the personnel. And that would include anybody working in the vault, whether they're an employee, contractor, or a visitor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Zico. So with that, I have no further questions on the noise section. If anyone among my colleagues have questions, please go ahead.
I don't see any.
Okay, I just need some clarity. So the time is 12:37 at this point. I have some questions on vegetation and a couple of questions on air quality. I think we could finish with that before a break. Is that acceptable? How does that sound?
That's fine. If you don't think if you've got a relatively short, kind of distinct area you want to pursue, let's wrap that up and then take our lunch break.
Okay, thank you. Now, this is with regard to MIT's testimony, WSP-1. The question is, has the company considered the number of trees that need to be cut down or relocated, on the Vassar, Ames, and Wadsworth? Is there a comparison you could give us?
Our engineering and alignment of the project continues to advance. I'm going to ask Mr. Howard to address where we are in the analysis as it pertains to MIT's feedback.
Can you just, before I respond, Ms. Divakar, can you please reference the 3 street segments that you just alluded to?
So in the testimony, there is reference to segment changes along Wadsworth, the preferred being along Wadsworth. The question is basically, can you compare the number of trees that will need to be replaced, will be taken down on Wadsworth, if Wadsworth were to be considered, as compared to Vassar and Ames?
Right. Let me start the answer this way. Wadsworth Street, again, just for context, is one of the proposed route variations that MIT has put forward relative to the company's preferred routes B2A and P13 located on Ames Street.
I'm sorry, the company's preferred route, what?
I'm sorry, Alan, the company's preferred routes B2A and P13 on Ames Street. The concept suggested by MIT has obviously not been designed. However, we can draw some potential estimates based on some of the discovery that's been submitted to date. One of the asks of the siting board was to tally the number of public shade trees on Wadsworth, and that's in one of the IRs, which I don't know off the top of my head, Ms. Divakar, but we can look at that. So those numbers would indicate some potential for tree removal, but again, there's been no design advance, so whether trees would actually be removed or not on Wadsworth is unknown. We also talked about in the discovery where the proposed route variation by MIT to reach Wadsworth Street, in our estimation, would require a crossing of what's called Galaxy Park, where there are several mature shade trees. Again, no design has been advanced. We don't know if trees would be removed if a design was advanced, but that's another potential location where trees could be relocated. And then the third location with regards to Wadsworth Street is where the cables would exit the new substation and come down Broadway in order to reach Wadsworth Street. The company has submitted discovery, and I'm sure we'll be speaking to this more in the days ahead. There's also a potential for tree removal, in our opinion and in our estimation, within the middle median of Broadway, given the space constraints, to the extent it's even possible to get cables down to Wadsworth Street. So that's the best I can offer on Wadsworth Street. With regards to the company's routes on Ames Street, B2A and P13, in the petition in section 5, I'll direct you to page 5-115 of the petition, Ms. Divakar. In there, we talk about, at least with regards to B2A, I'm sure you have the right page number here. We talk about maybe one or two trees where those routes turn onto Broadway, turn onto Ames Street from Broadway in order to reach that. But again, that will be determined at the time of construction. But the potential for tree removal based on what we know today on Ames Street for our project is very low.
I ought to know, but while you were answering the section on, while you were discussing what could happen on Wadsworth, you referenced two information requests. At some point today, if you could get back to me with those references, it would be very helpful.
I will, and I wish I could do it on the fly. There's just so much
No problem.
information on this product. It's hard to do. I want to make sure I'm accurate, but yes, I'll be happy to do that.
I hear
One
you,
of-
so please take your time. Yeah.
Okay.
One of the questions is RS 25.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Maya. Right. So thank you very much, Maya. In EFSB RS 25, we were asked to provide our estimate of the potential number of public shade trees along the Grand Junction North to Albany segment and the Wadsworth Street segment of B2A and P13. And in that response, I'll just refer to Wadsworth. We tallied, based on a field reconnaissance, 147 public shade trees along the B2A Wadsworth Street route. With regards to the P13 Wadsworth Street route, we tallied a total of 122 public shade trees. Now, keep in mind, we're using the term just to facilitate apples to apples, right? And this is something we'll probably be mindful of going forward. When I'm talking about the Wadsworth Street route, I'm not just talking about Wadsworth Street. I'm talking about what it takes to get there, Wadsworth Street itself, and then the work that occurs on Memorial Drive. So for P13 Wadsworth, that includes the segment that leaves the new substation, comes down Broadway, turns onto Wadsworth, and then ends in a T on Memorial Drive, where conceptually it would splice into existing lines.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, Alan. I'm sorry.
I know, I got it. Go ahead.
Okay. And then with regards to MIT's proposed route variation to B2A, again, that route would exit the new substation, come down Broadway Street, come down Wadsworth, and then it would come further down Memorial Drive, where it then would have to tie back into our original location of our B2A that comes down Ames Street.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So moving on, I have some questions on air quality. Now, this is with reference to exhibit EFSB A1, A-1. The company, in its response, affirmed that it will be responsible for and will implement the necessary fugitive dust mitigation requirements identified in project permits, construction access agreements, and license agreements with projects that could share a construction site or laydown area with the proposed project. The question is, are there instances where the company has entered into such agreements with projects being constructed in tandem?
Mr. Eck, would you please speak to this?
I would love to, Ms. Benjamin. Are there instances? Yes, I mean, every construction site has its requirements. And when you share a construction site, especially in an urban environment, it's frequently a condensed site and requires, for clarity, let's say one owner of the site in terms of site conditions. That's the ideal world.
Mhm.
Different scenarios exist in different properties or construction sites. So to answer your question, there have been instances where requirements that are put upon the property owners' construction activities are then relegated to the EverSource construction activities if they're co-constructing on the same site.
So let me just take a step back. So the first question would be, are there any project permits or construction access agreements or even license agreements that the company has entered into with projects that are happening in tandem?
From a permit standpoint, two separate projects will get two sets of different permits. That aside, again, if we're just talking at a high level and not project specific, there are instances where the requirements of that site are requirements of the EverSource project on that site.
Mm-hmm.
I tend to be a short and sweet responder.
Okay, let me then help you elaborate on that. So I understand that there are different permits, but sometimes what is spelled out in terms of fugitive dust mitigation measurements in permit 1 would be the same as what gets spelled out in permit 2. So there are requirements that both the proponents need to adhere to. So I'm interested in knowing what these requirements would be. You could actually reference any of these sites. Let's say the Alston multimodal project site. Anything, any one site you can pick on and elaborate on what these fugitive dust mitigation requirements would be.
Well, again, I think the requirements remain the same regardless of the type of co-construction coordination that's going on. And actually, I would invite Mr. Howard to get into more of the details in terms of typical BMP practices that we have for our EverSource projects. But if you take the Alston multimodal project as a potential example here with regards to the co-construction needs with the EverSource project, the ideal scenario will be that we will have delineations of work area within the boundary of the Alston multimodal project area, such that there will be a window of opportunity for this project to perform its construction. And thereby they will own the requirements of permit compliance within the boundary of that work area.
And maybe I could respond to your question from a slightly different angle that might give you the context you're looking for, Ms. Divakar.
Please, yeah.
And again, just for context, I'll just use, kind of a real world example. So myself personally and my company for many, many years, we've provided environmental monitoring and compliance services for EverSource on its projects. In a situation where you have overlapping projects occurring in the same general area, or in the example that you're describing on the same site, Chuck is absolutely right. Each of those projects will have their own permits and their own responsibilities and their own monitoring requirements. In the case of potential emissions from excessive dust during construction, the environmental inspector and the permit holder would monitor that situation, and they would implement BMP's best management practices that would minimize that fugitive dust to maintain compliance with whatever the terms and conditions of the permits are. If the dust is being generated by a separate entity on the hypothetical adjacent project, they would be responsible for managing their own dust emissions. Now, it is completely common for folks to obviously coordinate and talk. And at the end of the day, the end result is that the dust emissions are required to be kept in check. That's typically how it works. And their activities may require different best management practices than what Eversource would use to manage dust from its construction activities. But that's typically how it works during active construction. Does that help?
Yes, does help. But still, I would still ask you this. So let me make it very simple. I should have asked you better. So have these best management practices that might be fugitive dust mitigation requirements on any of these permits been spelled out in the company's petition? And has the company committed to following them in the petition?
I understand your question now. Thank you for framing it up that way. Let me walk you through the primary permit that covers this type of work.
Mm-hmm.
That would be the National Pollutant Discharge Emissions System, Elimination System, what we call NPDES,
Mm-hmm.
Stormwater Construction General Permit.
Okay.
The term general permit is important, Ms. Divikar, because it's not an individual permit you would get for a project. If your project meets certain criteria, it's eligible for coverage under the general permit. In order to be eligible for coverage under this general permit that I made reference to, as we described in the petition and as will be developed in the days ahead, particularly as we get closer to hire the contractors, is the preparation of a stormwater pollution prevention plan, or a SWIP.
Mm-hmm.
And that SWIP has a menu, a suite of options, a suite of best management practices that the company can choose from to mitigate dust emissions during construction. So it doesn't prescribe a certain measure. It's a portfolio of options depending on site-specific conditions that would be applied during construction by the site contractor. And that's typically where you would find those sorts of controls over that specific activity.
Okay. So are you done?
One more comment, if I could.
Please.
Yeah, and just let me confirm while I'm talking. I believe we also included in the petition, bear with me for a second. Yes, Appendix 5-7 includes the company's best management practices manual.
Right.
Which outlines some of the things that we're talking about in this conversation right now.
Okay. So help me understand. So the permit that would apply is the NPDES permit for fugitive dust mitigation practices. And there's no other. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yes. Construction general permit. Yep.
And there is no other.
Not necessarily a MassDOT access permit or a Mass DCR access permit, an MBTA authorization. The MBTA directorate may have requirements in their statutory schemes where they have certain prescriptions as well. So it could be other arenas too.
So the reason I ask is the NPDES permit, as much as I understand or I know, was largely put in place to ensure that the quality of ensure water quality, right? I mean, and its objective was different. Now I'm talking about air quality here, so I'm just wondering if there are any other permits that apply. That's the question.
Yes, I would not undervalue the construction general permit, though. There is language in there on dust control, so it is baked into that program. Okay. Specifically to your question, the other permits where it may apply could be a MassDOT permit, a Mass DCR permit, and or conformance with the MBTA directorate. It would not be uncommon, Ms. Divikar, to see that sort of activity conditioned in those approvals as well.
Okay. And these would talk to air quality, not related to the runoff quality or the water quality. These would have separate.
Could be both. Could be both. But in this context, specifically dust control, it's not unusual to see those sorts of conditions in those approvals.
Okay. That helps. Yeah. So now let me draw your attention to exhibit SCAH-1-9?
Yes.
So I understand that the AQI, the air quality index that's mentioned in there, is a time aggregated value that applies over a region, and it is not site specific. Am I correct?
Correct. And in developing the response to this IR, I consulted with my colleagues in our air engineering and permitting group, and they explained to me, Ms. Divakar, just what is written here. It's a regional based indicator. It is not typically applied for something this localized and this discrete of an area.
Thank you. So are there any other methods by which, site conditions can be measured?
We talked about.
I'm sorry, please go ahead.
I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. Our recommendation and what is reflected in this IR is to focus on the best management practices, the things that we talk about in here, right? Stockpiles of soil covered, wetting of surfaces, things of that nature that are outlined in this IR. That approach, in my experience, has historically worked very well for controlling and mitigating dust during construction.
Okay.
It's all about the
Right,
best
so-
management practices. It's all about those BMPs. If those are done right and the team stays on top of it, dust can be controlled readily during construction. All those factors have to come into play, but those BMPs are proven and they do work well in this type of linear construction, particularly in roadways.
Right. I'm just intrigued because I understand that AQI is a regional level measurement. It is time aggregated. And then we have these different projects which might get into construction phase at the same time. And they might cause, substantial air impacts during the construction, air quality impacts during the construction, and yet there is nothing that can actually hold any of these proponents accountable for air quality in and around those sites. Am I getting this right, or is there some way you go about this?
I think we take care of our backyard and our work and
then-
control what we control, but that's the problem with this regional approach. And the discussion I was having with my air colleagues, because I likened it to, you mentioned surface water, I likened it to a watershed analysis. If I'm monitoring water quality in a site, but it's a massive watershed feeding my site, I don't know what's coming into the watershed and whether that's attributed to my project or not. It's the same example with this regional air quality index. So the direction and the advice that I got, which I agree with, is focus on your BMPs, control what you can control, and demonstrate compliance with your permits by following those measures. And that's what's reflected in this SCA-1-9.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah.
And if I can just add to what Mr. Howard said, there is a DEP, a mass DEP permit if you're demolishing a building or conducting any other such activity that would generate significant amounts of dust and fugitive dust that would obviously escape your site. That does not apply for typical just, construction activities on a site. To that end, though, I think this has been addressed through specific permits like the EPA's construction general permit to require proponents to control dust on their project sites, recognizing that construction can generate dust while not necessarily a significant source of dust. It certainly can generate dust and it does need to be controlled. And those specific BMPs that have been identified, such as wetting down your site, if you've got a dirt road or a gravel road that you're traversing with construction equipment that's generating dust, or if you're cutting asphalt or concrete, you are wetting down the saw blades such that you're not generating significant amounts of dust. Those are requirements that the company has not only within our best management practices manual that we require for implementation on our construction sites, but they are documented and required to be controlled within the EPA's construction general permit.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Newhall. So let me, just so that I understand the statement correctly. Now, when the company maintains in this particular reference that I have, that the construction would not contribute to exceedances of health-based air quality standards on any route. Basically, what the company is committing to is to follow these PMPs.
Correct.
Correct, yes.
And it could be one or more BMPs, some combination of BMPs, Mr. Vicar. It's not just one or the other. It could be, depending on what the situation is. There could be several measures that are needed to keep the dust in control. I will add, again, just speaking from my experience, this type of construction in public roads, again, it varies from every site. It's not typically a huge dust generator, except for some certain discrete activities, which were alluded to in some of the other IRs, like the pavement cutting, things like that.
Right.
So we don't expect it to be a big issue.
Okay, thank you. So that concludes the questions I have on air quality. So if any of my colleagues have questions on either vegetation or air quality, please feel free to step in.
I don't see any. Does that mean, Divakar, this is a good time for us to take our lunch break?
Yep, yes.
Okay, then let's break for lunch and come back at 2:05.
Thank you.
Have a nice lunch.
Off the record. Does anybody have anything before we go back on the record?
A couple things done, and then I can do whatever's necessary on the record. Record requests. There were 6 questions posed by staff last Monday. I indicated at the time that several of them needed to be, well, we're going to take some time, and among other things, require some input and discussions with Vicinity Energy. Of the 6, we have 1 that is likely ready to be filed today if we get out of hearings in time. But the other 5, which have to do with Vicinity, we're going to need an extension. I don't know if you want me to do that on the record by motion or by request, and we would endeavor to get them in as soon as possible. I don't
You
know.
have a guess on how long it might take?
The problem is we're in hearings 3 days a week, and where is how to reach us as the folks externally. I would hope not more than the next few days, but and maybe we can even do better than that, but I don't know right now. All I know is that we're waiting to close the loop and deal with some communication issues, and I would want the opportunity
I wasn't asking for a firm date at this point, David. I just kind of wanted to see if you had a ballpark.
I'm not thinking they're going to be like long drawn out studies that we need to run that take weeks or months, but it may take a few days before we reach them. We compile all the information. Some of them required some jurisdictional analysis that other people involved. I think a couple of days, maybe by the end of the week at most.
Okay, so when we go back on the record, why don't you just, actually, when you go back on the record, I'll just make a statement that we had a discussion about the due dates, and then you can modify whatever I said as you need to.
Okay. One other issue. Mr. O'Neill is sort of here on a limited basis. He's got some scheduling constraints on the issue of noise. We have like one redirect question we would ask, but we would only ask if that was sort of the end of the staff's examination of him on noise. And if any other parties had questions, certainly we wouldn't want to, we would certainly want to facilitate that. So if we were able to kind of confirm that on the record where we are, then we would just go ahead with redirect with Mr. O'Neill on noise, subject to whatever examination others have.
I think the staff doesn't have any additional questions on noise. But when we go back on the record, we'll just confirm that no one else has any questions, if that is accurate, and then proceed.
Yeah, David and John, I don't have any questions. I'm happy to say that on the record.
Okay.
Thank you, John.
And yeah, none from Cambridge either.
Thank you, Mr. Olson. Okay, let's go back on the record. After our lunch break, I had an off-the-record discussion with Mr. Rosenzweig with regard to the due dates for record requests that were asked last Monday at hearings. And normally they would be due today, I believe, but he has stated to me that they would need an additional extension of time to deal with almost all the record requests that were offered that day. I just asked that the company let me know later this week when he thinks they will be available, but we anticipated at the time the record requests were made that they could potentially take additional time to respond. So his request for additional time is granted.
Thank you, and we will give you a better sense of the timing of responses when we have that nailed down. I don't expect it will be too prolonged from from where we are now.
Thank you. In addition, the company was hoping that Mr. O'Neill could be excused from further questioning today, if that was possible. The staff has concluded with their questions, and counsel representing MIT and the city of Cambridge both stated that they did not have further questions for the witness. Mr. Rosenzweig, do you have any redirect for Mr. O'Neill?
I do. I think this will just take a minute or two. Thank you.
That's fine. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. O'Neill. Do you recall questioning this morning from staff? I think it was Ms. Divakar, regarding sound levels from the company's proposed construction at 50 feet, perhaps as close as 25 feet. And then the questions transition to what that might sound like within a building, for instance, on Vassar Street, I think was the example. Do you recall that sort of line?
Yes, I do recall those questions, yes.
I was wondering if you could offer for the record, based on your experience and expertise, what attenuation you get from buildings and structures that may mitigate and reduce the level of sound that would otherwise be apparent at that same distance, let's say if you were outside of a building.
Absolutely, yes. So for structures like you'd find along Vassar Street and pretty common well-built structures, the literature is very clear that sound levels outside the building are reduced by approximately 27 decibels to inside the building with inoperable or closed windows. So for example, if the sound level were, say, 77 decibels outside, it would be 50 decibels inside, where people might be studying or working.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. Nothing further for the witness.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenzweig. Thank you, Mr. O'Neill.
Thank you.
In that case, we will resume with further questions from Ms. Divakar regarding environmental topics.
Thank you, Ms. Shaki. I'd like to move on to construction methods at this point. If you could turn your attention to exhibit EFSB LU-4. Now, for trenchless segments, in the instance of an emergency, such as an unintentional break of transmission cables or damage due to corrosion, how would the company perform maintenance activities? I'm interested in two scenarios. One is for underground on-land cables, and the other being underwater cables.
So the response to that is that it's similar in both cases. Any kind of maintenance and or repairs of underground cables is primarily facilitated through the underground manholes or vaults. And as mentioned elsewhere in the petition, these are spaced out typically about 1,500 feet along the length of the corridor. Let's say if in a worst case scenario there's a failure of a cable segment, you would access the vault location, cut the splice joint within that vault, and then pull the failed cable out through the manhole location. Once the splice is re-prepared to the adjacent cable segments, you would then pull in a new segment of cable and then splice the new cable to the existing cable within the vaults. So again, the maintenance is really focused at the manhole vault locations, and access is through the lids in those vaults.
Thank you. Now at section 5.3 of the company's petition, the company describes construction sequence for underground transmission lines. Now, I'd like to understand better, what is an estimate of work duration for each of those trench segments of transmission line laying and restoration? I know there are steps that are listed in on page 5-9. I understand that there may be more, it can be more granular. There may be time that's required for surveying if required, equipment lineup if required, the backfill and temporary payment activities, etc. Just give me a ballpark figure of the work duration for each of these segments.
Okay, and again, I apologize. I'm just getting to the petition, page 5-9, and you're talking the bullet items within section 5.3 on page 5-9. Okay. So again, and I think there, I apologize, I'll have to find the reference, but the general sequence of construction is effectively different work crews working in series and addressing each of those bulleted items. So you'll have an initial, as you indicated, a survey crew go through after calling, the dig safe, get the mark out of the streets, survey the location of the line, and that is a pretty, people won't notice the surveyors. These will be a week or two in advance of the construction activities, at which point you would set up your best management practices and your erosion and sediment controls as indicated. Again, this is about a day or two in front of your construction activities. Then you move into traffic management controls, assuming that you've already had your plans approved and permits in hand. Setting up with the traffic starts up probably the first half hour of the day, and at the last half hour of the day you remove. And the sequence of cutting into the streets, excavating for your duct bank, placing your conduit system in, backfilling the conduits, and then restoring the paving of the street on a typical standard depth of about 3 to 4 feet to the top of the concrete. That train of activities would take about a couple weeks to pass any one location.
A couple of weeks.
A couple of weeks in a typical scenario. Now, again, you add complexities of additional depth, you add complexities of additional utility relocations that may be needed. That's where the additional time comes into play. But the typical situation would be a couple of weeks. Now that's for the duct bank itself. Prior to starting your duct bank installation, you would start off by installation of your vault locations, because those are basically your points you're trying to connect with the duct banks. And the installation of the manhole between, again, the excavation of your hole, the placement of your precasted vault structure, the backfilling and restoration of the street typically takes about 2, maybe 3 weeks on the outside at each manhole location. And then once everything is said and done, there's a timing aspect as to when you start pulling your cable. You would tend to pull your cable. And again, the cable activities are specific to manhole locations. So you'll be pulling the cables in and through at the manhole locations, but the timing of that would be closer to the end of the construction period when you're starting to sequence your outage scheduling at the station locations.
Okay.
And the only other activity not mentioned would be kind of a final restoration of the street, that timing of which would be based on permit conditions from the cities and municipalities.
Can you elaborate on how the permit conditions would affect restoration time?
Well, the cities, depending on the permits, they usually have a certain time period that they would like restoration performed by relative to the completion of work.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So, thank you, Mr. Eck. Would it be correct for me to assume that segments which involve HDD construction would take lesser time?
Actually, the HDD segments would take a longer time frame to perform.
What is that on account of?
The type of construction. So general horizontal directional drilling sequence is that you would establish your work area. You would set up and start drilling a pilot hole, which is a smaller hole, let's say magnitude of about 10 inches in diameter. You establish a path across your alignment of the horizontal directional drill. You start reaming that path with larger and larger drilling equipment and drill bits. So you're establishing a path and going over and over again until you get the size hole or borehole that you're wanting to achieve. At which point you pull in your casing material, and then you pull in your ducts into the casing. So that there is a lot more involved than just a straightforward bore.
Right. So the reaming operation is kind of, it goes in cycles till the required
diameter.
Opening diameter is achieved. Okay.
Correct.
Now, thank you, Mr. Eck. Refer to the company's description of stages of transmission line construction at pages 5-9 to 5-14 of the company's petition.
Okay.
Now, while excavating soil, be it for installing erosion control.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Now, while excavating soil, what?
While excavating soil, be it for, erosion control measures or the installation of, say, the splice walls, right? Now, in any instance, what kind of precautionary measures would the company adopt to reduce risks of disturbing existing utilities and any instance of soil caving in?
Thanks for the question. It's a good question. Again, it's, as you can imagine, it's a case-by-case basis. Basic controls for soil stability is a shoring, which is hydraulic jacks, and you'll have like plywood sheeting. In some cases, depending on available space, you could have trench boxes, which are pre-made sections of steel casings that you could place into your trench facility. Those are the two methods you typically use for the depths that we're dealing with. to stabilize the soils. If you encounter other utilities that are required to be supported due to the extent that they're unearthed or unsupported, and that would be, again, a conversation with the utility owners as to what length of unsupported length would require additional support. But you could have a simple sling support system. You could have a more elaborate bracing system. But typically some kind of a sheet style support is used. In a lot of the cases in our installation for this particular project, we're anticipating perpendicular crossings, and with the width of our crossing being typically 4 to 5 feet in width, we usually don't need to have too much support of those facilities.
And Chuck, I'll just add to that, that there may also be instances where we may need to temporarily bypass an existing utility to install our facilities. And then once our facilities are installed, we would reconnect that existing utility in place.
Okay, thank you. Now, are there any OSHA standards for trench protection to avoid cave-ins? Is the company aware of it?
I'm sorry, you're asking about OSHA standards for?
Yeah, for workers, are there standards to kind of ensure that there are no instances or reduced instance of cave-ins?
Yeah, there are requirements within OSHA as to how you stabilize the soils depending on the depth of your trench. And once you get beyond certain depth, there becomes requirements for engineered shoring techniques to be implemented. And that's all detailed within the OSHA requirements.
And is there any subsection it is part of, or is it just, where do you find it within the OSHA?
I apologize. I don't have the exact reference, but certainly we can dig that up for the record if you would like.
Please, if you could just provide us with the, OSHA standards that apply for excavation work, because a lot about this project is excavation and transmission line laying. So would appreciate the information. Yeah.
So that'll be record request EFSB 21.
So this is something that Mr. Egg touched upon. What are the, as per the company's plan, what are the points of work coordination with owners of existing utilities while laying underground transmission lines?
If the question you're asking is how do we coordinate with the utility owners?
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah, it could be at different stages of the project, right? Planning the routes may be one. If you encounter any kind of utilities and there is some kind of damage, it could be a different approach and a different, yeah.
So obviously a lot of survey information is in hand prior to the start of construction. So we have general ideas as to the types of utilities to be encountered, and as such, the owners of those utilities. So before construction is started, there is a reach out to the utility owners to better understand the requirements when working in and around those utilities.
Mm-hmm.
And depending on the proximity that our work is from those utility owners may have additional requirements for either levels of protection or verification of as left conditions when our work is complete. In a lot of cases, as we're excavating under perpendicular utilities, they may have requirements as to the types of soil or compaction or materials that surround their utilities as we're backfilling our utilities. So
sorry, as for what are utilities?
Backfilling.
as
Oh,
as we're
thank you.
backfilling our utilities. So
Thank you.
that's all communication and coordination that happens well up front of the start of construction. And as we start scheduling our work activities, there's, depending on the types of utilities, those utility owners typically have an on-site representative to watch our construction activities in the vicinity of their utilities.
So anytime during the construction, you have a point of contact with the utilities, and that's where it starts. And yeah.
Yes, and those points of contact are identified within the safety tailboards that are had with the work crews on site. So there's clear understanding about who to contact in the event of any potential utility strike, if that's what the question is.
Thank you. Now, does the company anticipate any kind of, service disruption? It could be, gas lines, it could be water, any kind of service disruptions during its work along Vassar, Ames, or the Columbia streets?
No, at this point, we don't anticipate any disruptions along any portion of the routes that we're installing. It all depends on the coordination and communication, as I mentioned before, with these utility owners. And if those conversations are had, then we should be able to perform the work without any disruptions to the end users.
Now, if you could refer to section 533 of the company's petition. Mr. Egg did touch upon the duration of laying each of these transmission line segments. The question is related now. For segments which require, open trenches, and especially during non-work hours, how would the company protect these excavated, protect pedestrians or traffic movement? Is there, I'm trying to understand, are there any safety regulations that the company has to abide by to minimize such risks to pedestrians or traffic?
Again, those requirements will be primarily identified within the excavation permits that we receive from the city.
Okay.
And the company has its own requirements for how they would leave, active trench areas. Primarily with open trenches, you anticipate steel plates to be left in place to secure any openings. And depending on the time of year, those trench plates could be recessed into the ground so that they're not interfering with snow plowing activities.
Thank you. Now at 5-23, page 5-23 of the company's petition, the company mentions that it will work in close consultation with landowners to ensure construction and restoration efforts meet their needs. Now, I'm just interested in that approach of trying to understand the needs of the landowners, along the transmission line routes. Can you elaborate on this process of consultation as the company has planned it?
So this project has installation amongst a variety of different private property owners. And, example of that would be the Department of Conservation, Recreation, and the Magazine Beach work area that we have for the horizontal directional drill. And we're in the midst of conversations currently on how to leave that work area upon completion of our work. That would be an example of the type of coordination that we're having with each property owner that's involved with the installation of this project.
Does anyone else have to add?
I'll add it that if obviously we're, cutting a corner area and, a property owner has installed some type of pavers as a sidewalk material or something like that, obviously those are the types of surfaces that we would restore in consultation with that property owner. We wouldn't just put back, asphalt and say, well, that's good enough. We would replace in kind what was there for a surface. Or if the property owner was saying, you know what, I was going to replace those pavers in 2 weeks anyways. So you know what, you can just leave it as, compacted gravel backfill, then we would do something like that. But that is part of the outreach effort that, our outreach department takes with property owners so that we can really understand what their needs are, and what their preferences are in terms of restoration.
I'm happy to offer additional commentary if you'd like.
Please.
As it relates to specific private property owners, aside from maybe some of the large institutional entities that we are working with, such as Mr. Eck mentioned, DCR on the Magazine Beach parcel, it really is what my team does is engage with the individual property owner themselves to discuss in advance what their concerns are, what their needs might be, and then work collaboratively between the project manager, the construction crews, and the property owner to really develop a cohesive approach and address their individual concerns, because it's not uncommon that between 3 different driveways, you might have 3 different needs or requests. And it's the outreach team that engages at that field level before the construction crews show up to inform the residents of what's coming, inform the property owners about the plans. We also provide contact information so that if they have other questions or questions that come up, once we come through and perhaps do our outreach or door-to-door drops or something of that nature, there's always a method or a mode of communication that we have with those individual property owners to discuss their specific instances. Should something come up that falls outside of what we have discussed, people sometimes make errors. Again, it's the outreach team that would handle those questions and complaints and work to resolve those literally at the driveway level.
So these efforts, from what you say, I understand these happen before the construction crew come in, and you have different modes at which through which you engage with the different private property owners. Am I?
That's correct. The outreach team literally gets out in front of the construction activity to advise residents what to expect. We never want to show up and just start digging. That's what my team does, is we get out in front of the efforts to inform and engage those residents in advance.
And Todd, you'll correct me if I'm wrong, but the outreach you're referring to obviously occurs well in advance of construction on these properties. It occurs throughout the duration of construction on these properties, and it occurs after construction on these properties, after the work is complete and the sites are restored to their condition. Fair?
Correct. From prior to the construction until full restoration is complete.
Thank you.
And is it correct, Mr. Lanham, that these are described in the company's construction outreach plan that we had briefly reviewed in hearings the other day? So it's attachment, I believe, CPC 4, parentheses 2. Yes, thank you.
Correct.
Now, Mr. Lanham, I understand that you have in various ways or modes through which you share information with the various property owners. In your opinion, what is the kind of coverage you're able to achieve? Would you say that the company reaches out to all the property owners that are affected along a route substantially ahead of construction? Are you able to, what is the kind of coverage you are able to achieve?
Well, our approach is multifaceted to start with, because it's not just the property owners, but also the tenants that we want to inform of what's going
Right.
on.
Mhm.
So it's a multifaceted approach that we deploy to try and engage and inform all of the potential residents, tenants along the property route. It varies. It door-to-door outreach, email flyers. As we've described during our hearings, we've solicited for we have an opt-in process where folks that want proactive information can opt into our proactive news blast or our proactive email blasts. We maintain a project website. Again, we have a strong personal field presence with people on the street who can answer questions there while the construction crews are working. So it's a variety of ways that we try to inform the public of what's to happen before it happens. So it's multifaceted, everything from electronic medium to literal door knocking.
In your assessment, is the company able to reach out to all the property owners or the tenants as such during this kind of outreach? Do you ensure that it happens?
We make extreme strides to ensure that it happens. I don't know that I can say with unequivocal certainty that everybody gets our flyer, but we certainly make every attempt to do that. And I'll give you an example. We can have our field team go and do door drops in advance of particular construction. It's usually in a couple of weeks, with a couple of weeks advance notice to do door-to-door outreach. Let's say that it's a multi-tenant apartment, and one resident picks up the door hanger, and the other tenant that's in the same unit might not get to see it. So can I say with 100% certainty everybody knows about everything? I don't think that will ever be achieved, but what I can say is with a high degree of certainty, the residents that are along the project route will know how to get a hold of us. They will be informed of the project, and we will make incredible efforts to inform the public of what's going to happen before it does. Feel very confident in the outreach team. You do a very good job.
Thank you. If you could, thank you, Mr. Lanham. Now, if you could take your attention to EFSB W-3. The company states that it does not propose a net increase of impervious surface area within the watershed between pre and post-construction stormwater runoff conditions. Now, my question is this the only criteria that determines the need for a drainage analysis?
It's my understanding that a drainage analysis would be required if your project, regardless of what it was altering the runoff characteristics of an area. The purpose of a drainage analysis is to determine that. If we're keeping the same exact surface conditions, the same exact grading from pre-construction to when we're done with construction, then those runoff characteristics would be substantially equivalent pre and post. So the drainage analysis wouldn't necessarily be useful because you use that analysis to really drive stormwater management and determine the need to incorporate structural stormwater management needs so that you're not increasing the rate or the volume of runoff from your site. And that's typically, in my experience, at least, when a drainage analysis is required.
Does anyone else have to add?
I would agree with Mr. Newhall's assessment. I'll just use perhaps one example to simplify it a bit more. If you think of a conventional residential development, right, piece of raw land, That raw land is then regraded. It's developed with new houses and roadways and driveways. You've changed the grade. You've changed the runoff characteristics by adding impervious surfaces. Those are going to change how the conditions of when water hits the site and where it goes. The point that Chris is making is that the existing condition is going to be exactly the same as the post-construction condition. The grades will be returned to their pre-existing condition. No new impervious surfaces will be added that would require some sort of BMP to detain and slow down the flow of stormwater runoff. So in summation, yes, I agree with what Chris is alluding to. And that is the situation here.
So, so from what you say, I hear that even if, you are trying to increase or decrease the volume of runoff or the velocities of runoff, it wouldn't call in for a drainage analysis unless, the post-construction, conditions and the pre-construction conditions match up. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, and let me put it into some context too. The drainage analysis is typically part of a regulatory program. So again, just using an example, when you file a notice of intent permit application with a conservation commission, they're required to review that project to determine if it complies with the state's stormwater management standards. Most projects are subject to those standards. The standards that we're referring to in this discussion are the ones that have to do with a change in runoff characteristics, pre and post comparisons, things of that nature. You would not ordinarily submit the type of analysis that we're discussing under that situation. However, Ms. Divakar, there are other requirements of the stormwater standards that we would need to comply with. And we've spoken about a few of those today. And those primarily have to do with site stabilization, erosion prevention measures, sediment controls, things of that nature.
Right.
Yeah, and just to add to what Mr. Howard stated, so even within the EPA's construction general permit that again applies to any and all different types of development, within the general permit requirements for what's included in the stormwater pollution prevention plan, there's measures for a drainage analysis if you're changing those runoff characteristics. If you are not changing runoff characteristics and say you were just excavating a grass field to install, again, a utility and then restoring it back to a grass field, the only requirement in your stormwater pollution prevention plan would really be a construction phase erosion and sediment control plan, so that any stormwater that does fall on your site and would begin to run off is contained by your stormwater controls and adequately filtered before it gets off of your site.
Okay, thanks. That helps. Yeah. Now, how would the company manage any instance of flooding in trenches or duct banks during construction, especially in flood-prone areas?
Sure. So obviously, when we're trenching in areas, we can encounter areas where the groundwater is high. So the groundwater infiltrates into the trench. Similar instance for the construction vaults, the splice vaults that get installed, those can fill up with water, not only from just groundwater, but just from any rainwater coming through the surface manhole. Within a trench, we would handle the dewatering a couple of different ways. If it was a minor amount of water that we were dealing with, we may be able to just pump it from one section of the open trench to another area of the open trench, and that would allow that water to infiltrate into other areas of that open trench while allowing us to work in the area that, where water had been. If it's going to be an expected high volume of water, we could handle that a couple different ways. Typically what the company does is we design a groundwater treatment plan, which would pump the water out of the trench, run it through a treatment system that is set up at the surface. Oftentimes it consists of maybe a frac tank, some vessels to filter the water to remove any sediment and things like that. And then we would discharge it out to the curb line of the street such that it could flow to a stormwater catch basin.
I'm sorry, I heard somebody else
so-
talking.
So that it can flow to a stormwater catch basin.
Thank you.
We do all of that in compliance with any necessary discharge permits, either from the EPA, which they've got not only the construction general permit, but they also have a discharge and remediation general permit.
Okay.
So there are two different types of permits that could apply. And also, whoever the receiving stormwater management entity is, be that the Massachusetts Water Resources Authority or the City of Cambridge Department of Public Works, or even the Boston City Water and Sewer Commission, each of those entities has a temporary construction dewatering permit that we would have to file for. And within those permit applications, we have to detail how we deal with the water to make sure that what we're giving or discharging into their system is not dirty water that would affect the receiving water quality.
Right. Thank you. That was very helpful. Now, since you mentioned all these various permits, and I understand that from the routes, at least the company's preferred routes, a lot of these agencies and a lot of these permits would come in play. I'm just wondering, I don't know if it's a question for a different panel, but in table 6.1, are all of these permits, wherein you kind of list down all the permits and the status on these permits, have all these permits been identified and listed in the table?
To my knowledge, all the permits that we are requiring have been identified and listed in that table. Yes.
I would agree, Ms. Divakar, too.
Yeah, thank you. Now, does the company identify any segment along its preferred routes or, alternate routes which are flood prone?
There's certainly mapped FEMA 100-year floodplain in areas of the project. Within areas that we're planning to work where it's possible, we've avoided those areas of the floodplain, specifically areas of Magazine Beach, where we're going to be doing the HDD for Route B2A. We've cited the workspace for that HDD outside of the 100-year floodplain, just so that we don't have that issue to contend with during construction. We don't anticipate floodwaters to reach that entire area where we are proposed to work. In other areas, we may encounter a situation, I guess, where a specific weather event would flood out an area, say along Memorial Drive. However, we would have to obviously suspend construction activities during that weather event, but then once floodwaters receded, we could recommence. But I believe that for the most part, these flood areas, again, are associated with a 100-year event, which our understanding is that, at least along the Charles River, the DCR is very active in terms of their management and release of the water through the Charles River Dam that they operate, because there is a lot of existing infrastructure along the banks of the Charles River, not only in Cambridge, but in Boston. And to be able to maintain public safety, they actively manage the release from the Charles River Dam to kind of keep that flood level, essentially to the no fuller, no higher than the bank full conditions of the Charles. So in that regard, we don't anticipate much in the way of flooding, but we do acknowledge that there's areas that are within the 100-year floodplain.
And Ms. Divakar, just for the record, if you wanted to look at those more specifically, figures 40-30A through 4-30D Those are the water resource graphics for each of the study areas. They depict the limits of the 100-year floodplain. You'll see there that purely from a 100-year floodplain perspective, it's really just associated with the Brighton routes and floodplain associated with the Charles River.
Yeah, I understand why Mr. Newhall was alluding to the Charles River and areas around it. Thank you for the clarification. Now, moving on to the to details of these new substation construction. If you could please refer to EFSB G-2.
Sorry, EFSB what?
G-2. Please explain the company's choice of EPR cables to connect to the first manhole, which serves as the point of connecting to the rest of the distribution network. Now, when I ask this question, my specific interest is to understand a performance in terms of how safe these are, if there are, under impacts of flooding, fire, and seismic events.
I can take that one. EPR, or ethylene polypropylene rubber, is the type of insulation that the company uses almost universally on its medium voltage, or in this case 15,000 volt circuits. We use it in a number of stations as well on for the transformer secondary medium voltage cables. They're resistant to water, and they are resistant to the they're also resistant to, to the extent that they don't get stretched beyond their breaking point due to movement and seismic events.
And they are safe submerged in water is what I hear, right?
Yes, they are. Yes.
Now, if you could refer to EFSB, thank you, Mr. Zico. If you could refer to EFSB SU-5.
Yes, if you give me a moment to get there.
Please, yeah.
Okay, I have that in front of me.
Thank you. If you could discuss the adequacy of these pumps to ensure dry conditions in the underground levels of the substation.
Yes.
So if I could elaborate on the question, so you understand where I'm coming from. I'd like to know how the required capacities of these pumps were determined. Yeah, and for what scenarios were such designs, or in terms of quantity and the capacity of these pumps, developed?
The underslab pump, underslab drainage pump, and the duplex sump pumps and the elevator sump pumps were designed to remove any groundwater that would seep in through the walls of the station.
Right.
Any below grade concrete structure will seep water, and even Hoover Dam seeps water.
Right.
And it's taken care of by a water management system. The capacities and layout of the pumps and the requirements, of course, the pumps are all in low points. And the capacity was determined through geotechnical studies that were done prior to construction and design of the substation.
And these would be, you would simulate standard conditions to kind of develop these designs, I would understand.
Well, I'm not a geotechnical engineer, but in reading the geotech report, I was able to, determine that they looked at the existing groundwater elevations and the soil conditions and the type of construction of the wall, and that's what they used to determine what the pump capacities were.
Thank you. Yep. Now, if you could refer to EFSB CM-4. I'm just interested in understanding high level process in terms of installing equipment in the underground walls. Is there an order to follow? Is one. I know there are mezzanine floors too, in the way the design has been conceptualized. Yeah, let's begin with that. If I could understand the process of installing equipment.
So the exact timing of how this of what gets installed when is going to count on a number of factors, and that is, one of them is when can we start construction, which is determined by the date on this decision, as well as coordination with Boston Properties activities on the sites. But in general, the major components are the building systems that would have to get installed. The substation equipment would then be placed into the facility, integrated, tested, and commissioned, and then the first transmission line would be made alive into the station. Following that, a second transmission line would be made alive. Transformers would start to be made alive, and then the medium voltage of 15 kV system would begin to be energized. But the exact order in which you do that, at least from my perspective, is a ways out, and I don't believe that we have gotten to that level of granularity at the exact order in which it's going to be built, because it does depend on, again, what other activities are going on the site.
Fair enough. Thank you. Now, you did mention a lot of these activities, although I understand that the sequencing is yet to evolve. Now, I would like to understand what is the nature of disturbances such activities could cause to facilities or infrastructure in the vicinity above ground.
Well, in general, the most impactful, if you will, to the extent that there are any impacts, would be the deployment of cranes and lowering of the heavy equipment into the station, probably followed by the comings and goings of the construction and test workers. I would anticipate that it would not be any more impactful than any other type of construction that goes on in the area. It's all the same equipment. Once we're inside the station, again, we're the work that is encountered in there to assemble, set and assemble the equipment. That's all within a concrete box, many feet below ground. So there would be no impact to anything above grade with that type of work.
Right. If you will help me understand, what does the term equipment integration mean?
It means connecting all the equipment together, the power circuits and the control circuits.
And it would also include connecting to the distribution, the wire network outside the station? Sorry.
No, it would, so that as part of the substation construction, we plan to install all of the 15 kV or 14 kV feeders, the medium voltage cables, to the first manhole.
Right.
That could be regarded as equipment integration. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Zico. Moving on to EFSB SU-21.
Okay. Okay, I have that in front of me.
Thank you. Now, if you could provide a range of excavation depths that would hit bedrock, however best you can. What are the depths we get to? Yeah.
Well, it does say that the foundation will be bottoming out in bedrock. I do not have those exact numbers in front of me.
Just wanted to know if how the groundwater conditions look like in those depths. Even if you don't have the figures, have you any idea of how safe it is going to be? Is there any risk to structural integrity, in terms of the substation being on the bedrock, right? I mean, I understand that it's going to be placed on the bedrock. So I just wanted to know how safe it would be. Will it compromise structural integrity, the groundwater levels?
So if I understand your question, you'd like to know is, will setting the weight of this entire substation onto the bedrock cause any instability?
Yes.
So again, going back to the geotechnical reports, no, it will not.
Okay. Yeah. Now the questions I'm moving on to are based off information that the company required we treat confidential. The first one is with reference to EFSB R-3 subset 2. Now, it is observed that all of these floor plans were approved by Mr. J. Furio.
Yes.
Furio?
F-U-R-I-O. For the record.
Yes.
Thank you. Can you please, if you can, state his name in full?
I'm not sure his first name. I believe it's Joseph, Joseph. And the last name is Furio, F-U-R-I-O. And he is the lead substation engineer at RCM Technologies, who the company has contracted to perform the detail engineering of this facility.
Okay, so I understand from what you say that Mr. Furio is responsible for checking and approving all of the substation design details?
In conjunction with, he consults with the company to make sure that our operational and other needs are met. But yes, he is responsible for implementing our design basis input.
I'd like to put in a record request so we have his resume.
Okay, I believe I understand what you're asking.
I'm sorry, Mr. Zico, it might not be something, yeah. Yeah, please go ahead if you have anything to add.
No,
yeah.
I just would add that I will confirm that his first name is Joseph.
Right.
And I do not have his resume.
No, I know that, yeah. So we'll take that as a record request. Hello, Ms. Shaki. Can we place a record request to get in Mr. Furio's resume?
Ms. Sharkey, you're muted.
I'm sorry, that's record request EFSB-22.
Thank you, Mr. Wong. Thank you, Ms. Shaki. Now, if this is some information that you can divulge, I'd just like to know what are the depths below ground that the different floors are at, including the mezzanines.
So just let me look through that attachment.
Please take your time. Yeah.
See if I can find them. And then I would defer to counsel that is whether that is or is not constitute CEII.
Mm-hmm.
You were muted.
Yeah. Always safer to be on mute. I would have to take another look at that, Mr. Zico. I am not as familiar with that as I'd like to be in order to offer an opinion.
Okay.
What's the exhibit number?
The exhibit, it's attachment. No, let me enlarge it here. It's attachment EFSB R3 parens 2, and the requested information can be found on PDF page 9, which is also page 9 of the attachment.
Okay. If we didn't file for CEI treatment, there must have been some preliminary determination that it was worthy of the public domain, but let me just check with Mr. Kaler.
So R3 parens 2 was marked as CEII.
Yeah.
So I guess let me ask this. Ms. Devakar is asking for depth information in terms of how, at what different levels are below grade for different floors. Is that correct, Ms.
Yeah,
Devakar?
yeah. So since we have an underground substation, I just want to know at what levels the different floors are.
So, would it be sufficient if you received that as a record request response, which would allow the company to determine whether it needs the protective treatment usually accorded to CEII, or do you need some statement on the record today as part of your questioning on this topic?
No, from information that has come to us with regard to groundwater table levels, I think it can be taken as a record request, even if it requires confidential treatment. No problem. Yeah.
Okay, David?
That sounds like a good way to go. Thank you.
So, go ahead, chime in.
So I was just gonna say, if we might have a quick minute, a quick pause to give the witnesses a chance to decide if they have information to offer.
Sure, why don't we go off the record?
Could we take 5 minutes?
That would be fine. Thank you, Alan.
Thank you.
Off the record.
Donna, before we go back on the record, maybe I can just give you what we discussed off the record and see how you want to proceed.
Sounds good.
Okay. Well, I guess we're still on break, but I can yeah.
We're off the record, so.
Yeah, okay. So thanks for the opportunity to look at it. The CEI version does have a graphic that shows the different floors and what equipment is on those floors and the different heights or depths. So the information that Smith is looking for is already in the document that's in the record. If we were going to provide a description, it would be just sort of repetitive with showing the document that's already in the record. I guess the ultimate question is that what your Smith is looking for? Is the different floor levels and the dimensions, let's say, of the height or depth, or is she looking for what equipment is on each of those levels? Because that would be CEII, and we would really be reluctant to talk about that or expand on that in any way.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Rosenzweig. So the information that I was looking for is just the floor depth levels. And I did see the figures. I just wanted some clarity as to what was the reference level and at what level do you begin when you say, I just wanted the reference level and then therefore what does that figure actually mean? How much below ground is it? I just wanted clarity on that. And with regard to the equipment, I read that the rest of the drawings that you have submitted as part of the confidential information detail out the equipment plan for each floor. So that's not a concern.
So John, would you be able to respond to Smith's questions on the public record? I don't think that information is in and of itself confidential, what she was looking for. You are mute, John.
There you go. Now I'm not. Yeah, I believe I could. It's got, well, yeah, I believe we could.
And you can do that without necessarily drawing the connection of the depth to the protected information of what's on the individual floors. So you can just give her kind of the floor level depths.
That's right. Yes.
Okay.
Are we good to go back on the record? My side. Anybody else have any concerns? Okay, I think Donna, thank you. I think we're ready to go back.
Okay, let's go back on the record. Mr. Rosenzweig?
Yeah, appreciate the opportunity to talk to my team off the record. We believe we can respond in the public record with the information that Ms. Devakar was looking for regarding the floors and the depth. And as long as we don't go into specific information regarding the equipment, we would not have any CEI concerns with further examination.
And would you prefer to do it as a record request response versus orally?
We may be able to do it simply orally and move on from there.
Okay. Then let's resume with that question.
Mr. Zico, do you want to take a shot at it now
Yes.
or later?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, that's I'm prepared. So referring to attachment EFSB R3 parens 2, PDF page 9 and attachment page 9. On the left-hand side, there is a list of various elevations within the facility. And starting at the top of the roof level is, for the purposes of this reply, the top of the roof level is elevation 0. The top of slab for level B0, the first level below grade, is 18 feet below that, the top of the roof. These are all referenced to the top of the roof.
Mhm.
The slab level, or the slab, top of slab level B1 is 37 feet, 0 inches. Top of slab for level B2 is minus 50 feet, 0 inches, or 50 feet below the top of the roof. The top of slab for level B3 is 63 feet below the top elevation of the roof. Level B4 is not a concrete slab. It is a grading level. It's a level that consists of steel grating to allow access to some equipment that will require we get to it periodically. And the top of that grading is 85 feet below the top of the roof. And finally, the top of slab at level B5, the lowest level, is 103 feet below the top of the roof. So minus 103 feet.
Thank you very much. That was useful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now I'd move on. I'd like to know how the company proposes to install and replace equipment on the lowest floors as and when needed. I'm more concerned about, there is equipment on the upper floors. So how will you maneuver and if it's required?
There are two principal means. We have allowed for a freight elevator that will be there for more routine equipment. If there's a large piece of equipment such as a transformer tank or a reactor tank that needs to be removed from the station, there's an access hatch that's going to be buried under the open plaza area, and that will be sealed against water infiltration. And then there will be that hatch will extend all the way to the lowest level, and the equipment will be brought in via a crane and lowered slowly down to whatever level it needs to go. There'll be access at every level from that access hatch that is normally closed up and covered.
So even if the transformers have to be taken out for any reason, through the access hatch, you would hoist it with cranes?
That's correct.
Okay. Moving on. Now, in the many sections that the company has provided as part of the attachment, there are locations of noise buffers that have been shown. I'm just trying to broad level, if you could explain how the company decided on where to position these noise buffers, and what has the larger objective been? Has it been to maintain noise levels at each of those levels within permissible limits, or has
I'm sorry. Has it been? I missed a word.
I'm sorry. So has the larger objective been to manage sound levels within each floor within permissible limits, or the cumulative noise level at the surface at a permissible limit?
Any sound levels within the substation facility itself, so kind of inside the box or inside the vault, those are governed by the company's hearing preservation
program
that we talked about in previous testimony. The sound levels outside the substation, where the general public could be gathering or living or conducting other activities, that is governed by the by the applicable regulations. Again, to the extent that they exist, I believe I had testified earlier for the open park space or the open plaza area, there is nothing in any of the city of Cambridge regulations that calls out a limit for that, but our contribution is calculated to be below what the existing ambient is in that area.
Okay, thank you. So from what you say, I hear it's again ties into the OSHA requirements, and you would be meeting those requirements for each of those floors with the noise buffers in place.
It would be for each of the floors and each of the areas within the floor.
Right. Thank you. Okay, let me just confirm. So it is basically going to be the OSHA requirements, and are there any other standards to reference?
The company references the OSHA standards, so we will meet what the OSHA standards are for inside the facility.
Thank you. Now, with regard to airflows and venting, could you mention the various standards followed in design and that the company would adhere to?
Yes, and if you'll give me a moment, I believe we addressed that in an IR. And if you refer to the reply to EFSB, information request EFSB SU 19.
Could you give me a minute, please? Just
certainly.
You said EFSB?
SU 19.
Yep.
So in part C of that, we said that we would we would follow ASHRAE, American Society of Heating, Refrigeration, and Air Conditioning Engineers, standard 62.1.
Okay.
And that reply also answers the factors that we took into account, as well as other factors in regard to the design of the systems.
Very well, Mr. Zico. Thanks for pointing me to this information response. Now, one of the drawings in the same attachment shows the location of the proposed sump pit, water sump pit. The question is, what is the area from which the sump pit will collect from? Is it the entire area below the base floor of the substation?
There are various sump pits, but yes, in general, there will be under drains beneath the floor, and that's where that's where the majority of the water will be collected from. In addition, as I had testified earlier, these walls will seep water. There will be a gutter system cast into the floor at the perimeter, and any water that does manage to make its way through the window through the wall will flow into that gutter system, and that will also be piped into the sumps.
Right. So if you could run me through,
and you can see that design feature in parking garages and other below grade.
Right. If you could run me through the inspection protocol that the company would follow for the sump pits.
I'm not sure that I understand the question.
So let me first ask, are there any inspection requirements to ensure that the sump pits are functioning within their capacities, and if the pumps associated with these sump pits are functioning well, are there inspection requirements?
So the the pumps themselves and the pump control systems will be tied into a building management system.
Mhm.
So if there were to be a pump malfunction, and these pumps are redundant, so each one has a backup. So if one pump does fail, there's another one to do its job.
Right.
But if one pump were to fail for whatever reason, an alarm would be generated to the building management system, and that would cause a person to be dispatched to the station and investigate and remediate. As far as inspections, the stations are inspected at least monthly, if not more often. And that will, we haven't set up the inspection protocol for the station yet because it hasn't been built. But once it is, the sump pumps and the pumping systems will be on there, and they'll look for any obvious problems with the pumps. Are they making noise? Are there any obvious problems with the control systems? Are there any alarms in? Does the sump look like it's flowing water? And items like that.
Okay. Now, in an instance when the sump capacity has been exceeded and the pump, just by the pump capacity, not all of the water can be pumped out. Are there other alternate ways by which these sumps are drained?
There are none that are built into the station. I'll say first of all, the pumps are redundant. And in the geotech report, they do refer to them as being oversized. So again, very, very low probability that we're going to get to the point that you describe. However, the consequences could be rather large if you do get to that point. At that point, we would have to deploy portable pumping equipment into the facility. The good news is that there's redundancy and there are alarms built into the pumps and the pumping control system. So we would likely know well in advance. And if there were an event that we're going to raise the water level or increase water penetration into the building or through the under drain system, we would likely know about that well in advance.
Okay.
A water main break at the street level or below the street level will not result in the situation that you postulated. That is part of the design basis of the facility.
Okay, good to know. Yeah. Now, the question I have can be taken as a record request if the company prefers. Now, on each of the floors, the same set of drawings that you provided, but I'd like additional details built into these drawings. I know this is all confidential treatment, so it is for my understanding. I'd like the likely sources of heat labeled. And I would like to understand which of these equipment is most prone to catching fire and which of these spaces are most vulnerable to damages in the event of a fire. Additional to this, I would also like to know what is the shortest walkable distance to the fire exit for each of these types of equipment or spaces. Now, for sure, this has to be a record request. So, Ms. Shaki, if we could place a record request.
So just to clarify for my purposes, you're asking the company to resubmit the drawings, but to provide additional information on top of the information provided in the existing drawings to address your questions with regard to the sources of heat?
Yes.
Okay, that would be record request EFSB 23.
Our assumption would be, as was stated, that our response will be CEII and will ask for treatment as such.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenzweig.
So do you want me to repeat the list of information I'm looking for?
If that would be helpful, please do so.
Yeah. So one is the likely sources of heat on each floor, the equipment that is most prone to catching fire, and the spaces that are most vulnerable to damages in the event of a fire. It would also help to find the shortest walkable distance to the fire exit for each of these equipment or spaces.
Mr. Zico, do you understand the record request?
Yes, I do. And I'm just on item number 4, I'm interpreting that to mean if you're on a given floor of the facility, what is the longest horizontal travel distance to any stairwell, which is going to be a separate fire zone and a safe core
safe place.
pressurized
I'm sorry, and a safe what?
within the building.
I'm sorry, which is going to be a separate fire zone and
safe core within the building. CORE.
yes. And Ms. Divakar, what did you say?
That's correct. Yeah. Now moving on, in the partition schedule submitted as part of Exhibit EFSB R-3 subset 3, UL numbers are given to represent the fire rating. First, can you just, from my understanding, what are UL numbers? What do they measure?
If could you repeat where you are?
Yeah, sure.
Cannot find reference. I'm sorry.
No problem. So it is EFSB R-3 subset 3.
Just one moment, please.
Sure.
Okay,
thank you.
I'm sorry, I now have that in front of me.
Thank you. So I just want to first understand what UL numbers are and what do they, in terms of what do they measure?
So the UL number is, UL stands for Underwriters Laboratory, and you can usually find it on the tags of appliances and many other things. They're an independent testing agency. I believe they're based in Illinois, that tests a variety of equipment and materials. And in this context, they're used to determine the standard of fire resistance that a given partition would have.
So are we measuring the time over which any structural or any member would withstand fire without collapsing?
It's generally the time at a given heat flux that the element could withstand, either by not burning through or not reaching a point to where it would weaken and collapse.
Right.
In the case of a partition, it would be burned through.
Right. Thank you. So from what you say, this is standard and this is a reliable way of rating any structural component for its integrity under fire.
It's a measurable, traceable, and repeatable way. Yes.
Yes. Right. Now, what fire safety standards are all the structural members designed to meet?
For each area,
Please, please help me out. So what I'm, I don't know how it's dealt with, but I'm trying to understand if there are more standards for, I understand the way roofs may be treated may be different from how partition walls are treated, but I'm just trying to understand what are those standards that apply?
There are, and we start with the building code because this is in essence a building. However, there are the building codes tend not to deal with a lot of specifics around installations like this. This is almost a special use type facility, which is not an official code term. But what we've done is to calculate the heat generated by a fire within a given area based on the fuel source and the fuel load in that area. And from that, you develop a heat flux and a time to perhaps extinguish the fire. And that's what sets the design standard. So in other words, if you have a residential structure and you have an attached garage, 5/8 inch drywall or plasterboard is going to be sufficient for fire rating for that room. And that'll give you a certain number of hours of fire resistance, but that would be for a vehicle fire, not necessarily for a transformer fire or any other fire that you might find on a substation. So that's why it goes back to the amount of heat that the fire would be generating.
Right. So the building codes you mentioned, can you be more specific about what it would be?
It's basically the International Building Code as modified by Massachusetts standards. That would be the minimum. And then on top of that, we would, again, as I said, look at the heat flux from a fire and the amount of time that it would take to extinguish. But I want to emphasize that this building is going to have multiple fire suppression systems in it. Most of the building will have what's called a dual interlock pre-action fire suppression system. And it's basically a same sprinkler system you'd find in any commercial building. But you would want to have the presence of smoke before you allow the release of water, because you don't want to just indiscriminately spray water onto electrical equipment. The transformer and reactor rooms, where there would tend to be more of a fuel load, will be equipped with a high pressure water mist system that is very effective as well. On top of that, the transformers and reactors, again, the items that are generally regarded as the highest fire hazard are going to be equipped with what's known as a rapid depressurization system. It's a high capacity pressure relief valve with a very sensitive trigger that will let the pressure off the transformer, vent it safely to the atmosphere, and then inert the transformer with nitrogen. So to get to the point where you have a catastrophic fire, you would need to have multiple system failures. I'm not saying that it couldn't happen. It could happen. We've built defense in depth through our fire suppression systems and control systems in the building. And then on top of that have, designed walls and partitions that will, withstand the expected heat.
Mr. Zico, could you slow down just a little bit?
Certainly.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Zico, to begin with, I understand that there are multiple fire suppression systems that are being employed within the underground substation vault. I did catch some terms that you mentioned. One, the dual interlock fire suppression system. I would like more information on this because I understand that depending upon how vulnerable a floor, a space, or an equipment is to fire, you're likely to employ, and even choose the kind of systems you want to employ in a particular scenario. So one, it would be great to understand what are these systems that are being used in this particular project, and why are the different systems required? Why, in terms of what makes one system of, a better option in a particular scenario, and one a lesser, a not favorable option in a scenario. So I just want to understand the choice of these systems and how the combinations have been decided. If you could help me navigate this, how best can we get to this information?
Well, we can, one potential starting point could be the reply to information request EFSB SU 20.
Just please give me a minute.
Certainly.
Yeah, I'm there.
And in the reply to part B, we talk about this new substation will utilize the same equipment that we utilize in all our other substations.
Right.
And this is functionally a windowless indoor substation, which we already have on the system. We talk about, we've been in conversation with the Cambridge Fire Department to obtain their input. We've installed life safety systems that are required in a high-rise building, because this is going to be functionally an inverted high-rise.
Right.
And we also learned a lot of, I'll say, very painful lessons from a fire that we had at our Scotia Street substation back in 2012. And following that, we undertook an audit of our indoor stations where the whole facility is inside. And we have incorporated a lot of the results of, or all of the results from those studies and audits into the design of this facility. That's how we came to choose which system is where. When following the Scotia Street fire, we worked, and I was involved in these discussions. We worked very closely with the Boston Fire Department to study and examine different fire suppression systems that would minimize or eliminate their need to go into the facility during a fire, as well as find a balance that would not destroy or cause undue harm to the electrical equipment within the facility, or minimize damage to that. So that's the functional foundation of where these systems and decisions came from.
And that's very helpful. Now, for the next part as to understanding these systems, would you have, how would we go about it? So what are the systems here? If you could, I know it might be a repeat, but if you could just, for my clarity, mention the various systems that have been employed, and if you could throw some light as to how these are different.
Okay, I can do that. So the entire facility is going to be equipped with a fire alarm system, so smoke detectors by zone, as appropriate for whatever the particular space is. Any of the spaces that have sensitive electronic equipment, such as the control room, communication rooms, etc., are going to have a clean agent system in it. We've used Novec. There are other clean agents out there that kind of all behave the same. They're more or less the same. Those rooms will have that system in it, because for obvious reasons, you don't want to spray water on computer equipment that's not designed to be outdoors.
Okay.
The other areas of the station, areas like the switchgear rooms, cable spreading rooms, emergency generator rooms, will have the so-called dual interlock pre-action system. And what that consists of, it's a sprinkler system with the heads on it, just like you'd find in any commercial building.
Mhm.
And instead of being filled with water, the system is filled with compressed air. So in order to allow water to be released onto the fire, you have to have two conditions. One of them is the smoke alarm in the particular zone has to have gone off.
Mhm.
And the second one is a sprinkler head would need to have opened due to high temperature. And that would let the air out of the piping until the system, a sprinkler head is open the smoke in there, open the water valve and spray it.
Right.
So that's how we achieve the balance between getting water to a potential fire versus just indiscriminately spraying electrical equipment. The third and final would be the transformer and reactor vaults, and they're protected with what's known as a high pressure water mist system. They're very common. They actually found their origin in marine applications where you have potential for really hot fires with a relatively limited water supply. And the way that they work is they're functionally a sprinkler system, and they raise the water pressure to very high levels, and they atomize it into a fine mist, and that cools and suffocates the fire, putting it out with a fraction of the water that a conventional sprinkler system would require. They're very good for hot, deep-seated fires.
Right. Nice.
And then on top of that, there'll be a manually activated foam system for the transformer and reactor room. So if for some reason that high pressure water mist system doesn't or can't extinguish the fire, they'll be able to release foam into there as a last resort manually.
Got it. Yeah. So basically the multiple is basically any of these four systems plus the manual activation of foam.
It would be one fire suppression system per type of space, with the exception that the transformer and reactor rooms would have the backup foam system in it.
Very nice. Thank you. Thanks for the explanation. Very helpful. Yes. Did any of my colleagues have anything to ask in this regard?
Maybe just one quick follow-up question on the foam.
Mhm.
Mr. Zico, do you know if that foam contains PFAS chemicals?
We have not chosen the foam system yet. I am aware that there are many foam systems that do. I don't have a direct answer for your question, Mr. Green.
Assuming, let's say the worst, that it does, although it may be a wonderful fire suppressant, if it were discharged during an event, would that have any potential of reaching the outdoor environment or posing a threat to water supplies?
So we have designed the transformer vaults and reactor vaults with sumps to collect any fluid that would leak out of the transformer or reactor, as well as any water that would come out of the high pressure water mist system to extinguish the fire. The foam, if it were discharged into a space, would wind up in that sump, which again is intended to hold back other compounds that you don't want discharged into the environment, and the foam would be contained in there as well, and then cleaned by whatever protocols are needed. So I think it's important to note that this is not going to be sprayed, directly on the ground as it would say in a tank farm. It'll be sprayed into a contained area where it'll be presumably easier to clean up.
You know what the storage capacity is of where that sump is taking these various effluents?
I don't know off the top of my head. I know that it's in the design documents someplace. I just don't know off the top of my head.
Do you know, just generally in terms of the parameters that are the design focus in terms of worst case scenario of maximum amount of firefighting, water or chemicals or other such discharges?
It's typically the single largest compartment of the piece of fluid filled equipment, plus a half hour of the fire suppression system activation is the minimum standard.
That's helpful for now. I think just to have an authoritative bit of information, let's make that a record request for the volumetric capacity of the tank or wherever the sump is taking effluents to for storage and disposal.
Do you understand the question, Mr. Zico?
Yes, I do.
And that would be record request EFSB 24.
That was it, Ms. Divakar.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Just to wrap up the line of questions I was on. Now, when you decide the different combinations of systems, who decides as to whether the combinations are right? How do you determine whether you're using the right combinations? Are there standards you're following in terms of what systems to use for the various spaces you mentioned? For example, you did say that, the transformer area is treated differently. So from where is this, what is the guidance behind these decisions?
So there are two things that we went to that are kind of specific, and one of them is Institute of Electrical and Electronic Engineers, or IEEE Standard 979 2012, and that is in the record, and it was provided as attachment EFSB SU 20 parens 1.
Yeah,
and it's a 99-page attachment. And it's really, they call it a guide as opposed to a standard. It gives you, some ideas to think about as you're doing this.
Mm-hmm.
The other item that we used were the results from the audits and studies we did after the Scotia Street fire.
Okay.
So we relied heavily on our experience. And again, those were developed in conjunction with a fire protection engineer and the Boston Fire Department. And then we also have, we have fire protection engineers on the design team at RCM Technologies. And we have also been in discussions, and those discussions continue with the Cambridge Fire Department to get, to get their feedback and input on it as well. So it's not like one thing. It's a series of guidelines, experience, and then kind of put together with the professional judgments of the engineering team and fire response professionals.
Thank you, Mr. Zico. I would like information regarding the audits that you did following the Scotia incident and the learnings that went into decision making with regard to the current project. What is the information you would have that you could share? What kind of an information would you have?
There was a report prepared by, at the time, I believe it was Jensen Hughes, fire protection, their big fire protection engineering firm. They've changed names, but a lot of the people are still around. That report was prepared, and actually it had been at one point. I remember going in and having some discussions about it with the department. So that may be the best way to get you that information.
In that case, Ms. Shaki, can we place a record request to get the information in? Thank you, Mr. Zico.
Mr. Zico, do you recall at the time whether that report was treated as confidential to the department?
There were pieces of it that were labeled CEII, and it basically consisted of the floor plans of the specifics around the floor plans of the facility, but it talks about the different systems and what they do and where the vulnerabilities to a fire were.
So if you could provide that as a response to record request EFSB -25, give it confidential or request confidential treatment for it to the extent necessary, given it may contain CEII information. Your counsel can further address that as to the extent necessary.
We will do so. Thank you, Presiding Officer Sharkey.
So, Ms. Shaki, I have one more question to wrap up the questions on the construction methods. And there are a few more questions on the environmental section, which might take more time. So I'll ask this wrapping up question on this section, and would like to hear from you as to how we'd like to proceed with the rest of the questions.
Well, I think in part that depends on how many of those questions I'd like to and get through kind of as much of the environmental questions as we could today. So we keep to more or less the schedule that we've developed initially for the evidentiary topics we're going to address. But why don't you ask your questions? Why don't your wrap-up question, then let's take a brief break and then come back.
Well done. Thank you. So in this particular attachment that we were on, there is a lot of mention of approvers on the various detailed drawings that were submitted. We would like some information if the company could identify who these approvers have been on the various drawings that were submitted, and under what capacity or what are their credentials that qualify them to approve these highly technical design drawings. If required, I think it would require us to place a record request unless the company thinks it can still answer the question on the floor.
Well, I think first of all, I'm not sure which attachment you're referring to. So if you could clarify that for me, that would be immensely helpful.
Sure.
Thank you.
So I'm referring to EFSB R-3 subset 3.
R-3 subset 3. Okay. So can you point me to a specific, and again, I'm not trying to be difficult. I just want to make sure I understand and get you what you need. Can you point me to a specific drawing and perhaps an area on the drawing. If you'll note, there are letters across the bottom and top and numbers up and down on the side. So if you could point me to a particular drawing and a coordinate, then that puts me in the best position to help you.
I get it. Thanks. Let me try and identify one for you. I'm sorry, I am having difficulties getting to it. If you could give me a minute, please.
Take your time.
The only documents I see are those with the redacted information, so that's the trouble. Let me try and guide you as much as I can without, now that I'm unable to open the document. Basically, these were, if I understand correct, these were, these kind of gave there were tables in here where the UL numbers were given, before which there were a set of drawings which talked about, fire safety design, and beneath which I found that the approver's name was not listed, but it was just mentioned approver.
Oh, okay. I believe I know what you mean now. So
thank you.
The drawings that are in this attachment are not final drawings. They would only be signed once they're final. There's another item that says issued for review. So these were, at the time these were produced, they were in the 70% completion state and ready for review. They weren't ready to be signed off. So that's why that says approver in it. That person is, to be identified. It would be a person who is, qualified to practice engineering in whatever the discipline on the drawing happens to be.
So have these designs therefore moved forward? I'm just trying to understand. You should have a name to this. To make this approval very credible for us to, just has this design moved forward? Do we have approvers right now that are listed?
So the drawings that are in this package are at the 70% design stage.
Yeah.
And to move from the 70% to the 100%, sounds like there's only 30% left. However, that 30% is very detailed and requires some equipment specific information that we may not have yet. So to say we're going to move it from 70 to 100 and give a timeline, it would depend on a number of factors. So as far as the review process itself goes, these drawings that are in here were prepared by RCM Engineering, and they're done on behalf of the company. They come into the company for review by an engineering team And that engineering team is led by me. And as far as my qualifications go, I've had 40 years or nearly 40 years of utility experience. I'm a registered professional engineer in Massachusetts under the electrical discipline. And again, have my entire career been either working in or working on the design of utility grade electrical substations. So again, when we don't have specific names, we do have, a number of people on the team, such as myself, who have had extensive experience in this and are making sure that the right engineering decisions get made, not only that we have a safe installation for our employees and the general public, but a reliable one that is going to serve our customers and ratepayers well.
Thank you, Mr. Zico. So those were the questions I had on the construction methods. If anyone among my colleagues has more questions, please go ahead.
So why don't we take a 10-minute break, come back with additional questions that Ms. Divakar has with regard to environmental topics, and we'll plan on stopping around 5. Off the record. Okay, let's go back on the record. Ms. Divakar?
Thank you, Ms. Shaki. So the next section that I'd like to get into has to do with land use and water. Now, to begin with, there are some questions I have on the new substation. Let's go to EFSB LU-1. Now herein, the City of Cambridge Redevelopment Authority and the Planning Board will ultimately be responsible for reviewing and improving the final public park design details and surface treatments as part of Boston Properties' separate local permit application process. The question is the company aware of any requirements that Boston Properties has been required to meet in the development of this public park space and underground vault construction before the underground property is transferred to the company?
So to my Eversource colleagues, Mr. Zico, I know this IR has my name on it. Maya would be probably in the best position to respond to this, but are you in position to respond to Mrs. Divakar's question? And if not, you, maybe Mr. Lanham might have some perspective.
Perhaps between myself and Mr. Lanham, and I would certainly open to anyone else who is on the panel who could speak to it. But a lot of discussion has gone in between the company and Boston Properties on the development of this open space. There have been numerous design consultations between the two parties, and we've developed a plan, at least a concept plan for the final use that will meet the engineering requirements of an underground substation, as well as give the Boston Properties the chance to develop the amenities that the city of Cambridge may desire for that area. As far as how it's going to shake out, who occupies it when, I'm not sure what the status of those agreements are at this time. Perhaps Mr. Lanham could.
Sorry. I don't know that I'm going to be able to offer a whole lot more as far as a definitive what is left as far as Boston Properties permitting. I do know that the CRA recently had a design discussion, and that term might be wrong, but they recently had a meeting to talk about the aesthetic treatment of the design, but I'm not aware off the top of my head what, if anything, would be required by Boston Properties to complete or to finalize prior to a transfer of the vault to Eversource.
The only thing I'll add, I guess, to that is, through the discussions to date with Boston Properties and, how that surface open space area would be treated, there hasn't been any, identification of any treatments that would be something that Eversource, that would be a deal breaker for Eversource, I guess. Isn't that correct, Mr. Zico? Everything that you've seen from Boston Properties in the discussion has been a suitable, surface treatment for the area where the substation is being planned?
That is correct, yes.
Just to confirm, so the landscaping and the maintenance thereafter of the the public park space is rests on Boston Properties, right?
I believe that is how how it is structured. What I will add is, and I had testified earlier that there was a buried access hatch under that plaza area. If we were to open that for any reason after construction and disturb the plaza area, we would have to restore that to the condition that it was before. So that would be the exception.
If there were any drainage systems in place, along the edges of the public park space, those would still be maintained by Boston Properties.
That's correct.
Thank you. Please refer to Exhibit EFSB W-3. Has the company checked whether the underground substation vault construction by Boston Properties employs any kind of mitigation measures to manage flooding or storm surge impacts to the structure?
Mr. Zico, is this a question that you could answer? I think we've discussed this somewhat earlier in some of the testimony from last week, but I think you had a good answer to that.
We did, and yes, going back to the testimony from last week, we talked about how the vault or the box would be able to withstand flooding up to a certain level, and that had all been accounted for in the design. And to keep the water from pouring in over any of the openings, such as the elevator shaft or the intake and exhaust stack. The curbs of those were all above that flood level. We also mentioned that there were going to be conduit seals to prevent water from coming in through the conduits, as well as, if necessary, we would also be able to deploy portable flood barriers around the substation if we knew something were coming that would likely overtop what was there now.
And the only additional information that I'll add is that the substation area is not located currently within any areas of FEMA 100-year floodplain, nor would it be within an area of flooding from sea level rise based on projections even out to, I think, 2070 and beyond. The only, I guess, potential future flooding concerns that were identified were flooding from precipitation from, extreme weather events due to climate change. So increased precipitation. And that was, I think, maybe as early as 2050, but I believe the flood mitigation measures that Mr. Zico's identified would allow us to respond to those concerns.
So a couple of questions to follow up. One, for the record, I'd like you to confirm if the 2070 flood levels are not going to affect the site that has been considered proposed for the underground substation in any part of it.
If you give me a minute, I believe that we did include some of that mapping in the petition. Mr. Howard, you might have that, I guess, a bit more readily at your fingertips or can point me to it.
I asked you this question because I understood it differently. I just want it confirmed on the record.
I can tell you my interpretation of that analysis, Ms. Divakar, and I'm just looking at my notes on this topic. So this is with regards to future conditions, correct? That's what you're asking about at the 2070. So regarding future conditions, discrete portions of the BXP development site, but not specifically the location of the substation facility, are within areas modeled as having flooding potentially from precipitation events under the 2030 and 2070 100-year storm events and flooding from sea level rise, storm surge flooding in the 2070 100-year storm event.
Thanks for confirming.
You're welcome.
And I'll refer you to figure 5-12 from the company's petition, which shows the substation site with those two, projected flood area overlays.
I've seen the map. I interpreted that part of the substation site was prone to flooding as going by the 2070 forecasts. That's why I asked. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So another follow-up would be, I understand that there has been extensive discussion regarding the measures that would be taken to, ensure that the vault that has been constructed and, passed on to the company is stands extreme weather events, especially flooding and storm surge. Now, is there any point at which the company gets to ensure that these various measures are in place before construction or, the installation of equipment and the rest of the work happen?
During the engineering process, the company's engineers and the engineers for Boston Properties have had meetings at least on a weekly basis and at some points more often to make sure that all of our requirements were known and that they were factoring that into the design. There are, and I would need to defer to Mr. Eck on this if he's able to, there are some inspection points that we can avail ourselves of as a company as the construction proceeds, but I'm not sure exactly where those inspection points are or at what point in the construction they are. I know right now there's really nothing to see because it's a slurry wall and it's everything that's there is immersed in the earth, and some of the features of this we're not going to be able to see until they excavate out the soil from inside the vault.
And I'll add to what Mr. Zico said about the inspection plan that is still in development. Key components of value to what our station will eventually need. Most of that inspection won't be occurring until sometime next year. So those plans are still in development. But in terms of requirements of the handover of this shell that's going to occur towards the end of 2026, the expectation is there are systems in place to make sure that we have a dry shell that we're inheriting, and then we'll add the system components that make and comprise the substation equipment. If you're speaking,
You're on
Sorry.
mute.
Sorry about that. So if I hear you right, so you are working on an inspection plan, and the points at which these inspections would be, conducted will be detailed out in that plan. And I also hear you say that all of the utilities will be incorporated within the vault or the shell, and where your work would begin is installation of the various components, the transmission and distribution components. Did I get this right?
At a high level, yes.
And so
they're going to have a functioning shell.
Yeah, a functioning shell would include fire safety systems. It would include all electrical, plumbing, HVAC.
To pass their inspection requirements, yes.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I would just emphasize that it's the code required plumbing and electrical for an what's basically going to be an unoccupied facility.
Correct. Thank you.
Can you elaborate?
Yes, none of the substation specific fire suppression ventilation will be in there. It'll be the amount of lighting that they need so that people can safely enter that facility, as well as some certain life safety features like the stairwell suppression system in the elevator, stairwell pressurization system and the freight elevator and the emergency power for it.
Thank you. Thanks for the clarification. Helps. Now, moving on, has the company or the city of Cambridge, to the best of your knowledge, made an assessment regarding the adequacy of the existing municipal drainage system to accommodate the additional volumes for the current and future flooding scenarios the company has designed, is preparing for?
To my knowledge, I don't know if the city has undertaken any analysis of their existing drainage systems to prepare itself for any, potential changes to, flooding conditions due to climate change. Referring back to some of the previous testimony, our facilities are designed to be flood resilient. So regardless of the drainage system's capacity to flooding, our systems should be relatively resilient to flooding in the future due to climate change. Obviously, again, we're, doing that as, again, our own due diligence and just as a matter of course for underground utility construction. I don't know what steps the city's taking to either assess or upgrade its existing underground infrastructure for climate change, though.
So I understand all of the stormwater that's been collected is being eventually drained into the city's drainage system, right? Is there any other outlet?
Are you referring to any drainage from within city streets? Is that what you're referring to?
Well, let me make this clear. So any stormwater that gets collected either above ground, that is just above ground of the underground substation, or as Mr. Zico was mentioning, because of seepage and other reasons, something that percolates underneath and gets taken care of by the drainage system that you plan to lay out beneath. All of these will eventually drain into the Cambridge drainage system, right? The sewage system.
Any existing infrastructure that was there and runoff that was being generated as a result is certainly being handled by the Cambridge city's underground stormwater sewer system. The new development that Boston Properties is constructing now, that would have had to undergo its own stormwater assessment to understand how much additional stormwater would be generated from its site, and they would be incorporating stormwater attenuation measures as a result of that proposed development. Does that answer the question?
Partly it does.
Okay.
I'm just is
Just
there
one
any
second. I'm sorry, I have a technical issue. Just 1 second, please. Okay, thank you. Sorry.
No problem? Thanks, Alan. So what I'm thinking of is usually these approvals are for business as usual conditions, right? I mean, you determine a rate of runoff flow, volumes from given the kind of how much of the surface is impervious and the kind of covers you have on it. But this is nothing to do with really assessing the receiving system for capacities in the event of floods or, extreme weather events, right? Is that the usual way these approvals are done?
So in my experience, the requirements for stormwater management that are implemented at like a municipal level through a building permit issuance or a planning board approval for a larger development, those are based on historic precipitation rates and things of that nature. There have been updates to that through time. However, many municipalities are starting to incorporate larger, I guess, estimates or design storms for projected climate change in this area. I can't specifically comment on what Boston Properties had to design to. We didn't design their system. We weren't part of the permitting. We are quite literally taking, I guess, leasing a vault space from them for the substation. However, whatever process they followed was certainly current to the city of Cambridge's requirements, at least as of the last 2 to 3 years, I would imagine.
So it's fair. I'm sorry. Is there anyone who wants to add?
Oh, I'm sorry, Divakar. I did not mean to cut you off. I think that is the key point. This is much larger development going on in and around our substation site, which we're a component of. And through that permitting process for that, they had to account for all this stormwater management and their runoff and how they're going to control it and whatnot. And this is a small component of that. As Chris pointed out, the vault will be there, waiting for our station. I think you're seeing a challenge in us answering these specific questions because all of that presumably and rightfully has been addressed by others through their design for that much larger project that kind of envelops our site. Oh, you're on mute.
For the company in terms of managing a condition, it's more about you, as the company sees it, your objective is to make this shell as waterproof and strong against water pressure as possible, whatever the scenario happens to be. And you are preparing for the various forecasts you have come up with. Is that how you're going about it? Because I understand a lot of these pieces are not something you get to decide on. It's handed over to you. So in terms of an objective at the company's end, is it basically about how waterproof and strong the vault is going to remain?
Yeah, and John, maybe you can expand on this a bit. I know we've testified to this earlier in the week, but yes, our focus has been on our resiliency measures for our equipment and our facilities. Is that fair, John?
That is accurate. Yes.
Thank you. Yeah. Now, I'd like your help to understand this particular statement. This is part of EFSB SU-18. And this particular statement is from page 2 of that exhibit.
That was SU-18?
Correct.
Okay, I have that in front of me.
Now, therein, there is this sentence which reads, because of the unique constraints presented by the new substation, the City of Cambridge D.P.U. issued a waiver granting the Boston Properties Development Project relief from Cambridge stormwater regulations that require new developments to mitigate the difference between the post-construction 25-year 24-hour storm event and the pre-construction 2-year 24-hour storm event. The waiver allows the development project to mitigate the difference between the post-construction 10-year 24-hour storm event and the pre-construction 2-year 24-hour storm event. Can you, in terms of stormwater management on the new substation site, what are the implications of this statement?
At present, the site well, it did contain a parking garage. And again, as we say in there were no stormwater management features on that site. As Mr. Howard had testified, this substation is part of a larger overall development on that site and in that area, and a lot of these were conditions and items that Boston Properties had asked for as part of the overall development. So what it means in the larger context of drainage in the city of Cambridge and in this area, I'm not sure that I can comment on that.
I think something that is important to understand, though, is, obviously this is an existing urban area of the city of Cambridge, and the storm sewer that does exist in the area has obviously been there and, maybe has been needed to be upgraded over time. But, it is currently, I guess, handling a significant amount of stormwater flow that the area experiences. And while, there may have been some, unique challenges or constraints with an individual project site, that's, a smaller part of a larger area that is where stormwater is collected and then drained out to receiving water. So, while this one significant piece or this one particular piece of that may have needed a potential, I guess, variance or a waiver, overall the stormwater sewer system in that area, as it gets developed by changes in land use or buildings that are getting taken down and redeveloped and built back, that is getting reviewed by the city, and they are enforcing their stormwater requirements on those changes in land use as they are occurring.
Yeah, let me just add to that, because early on, like in the design process for the transmission lines that were going in and out of the below grade substation, we did a lot of coordination with with a like a design vendor for Boston Properties and also the Volpe parcel, and they were doubling the size of their stormwater culverts that passed by the Boston Properties parcel, and also kind of got diverted into the Volpe parcel, then out to the Charles River, I believe. So there was a lot of work there, and there was a big effort to coordinate that stormwater system. So to Chris's point, that could have been, this is a speculation on my part. It wasn't directly said that this is for the floodplain, like elevation, et cetera, but that could have already been in the works given the timeline and the earlier start to their construction. So that was a large part of our design basis, was kind of working with the upgrade, trying to avoid it, reinforcing, giving feedback to those vendors so that they could reinforce their culverts like in the new installation, so that when we came after, we could open up a stretch of that culvert so we could go under. So there was a lot of conversation around that. You're on mute.
Smitha, you're on mute. Jamil, can't remember, did we swear you in already?
Yes, first day.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Jamil. It's assuring to know that there is this kind of a coordination. So I understand, so Volpe is downstream. So the water that gets caught on the BXP site eventually enters the Volpe drainage system. I mean, the point at which Volpe feeds the drainage system.
The pitch does go downgrade from Broadway down to the Charles, yes.
Thank you. Yeah. Along the same line, I just wanted to know if the stormwater management system designs, which have been described in this particular exhibit we are referring to, exhibit SU-18, which includes stormwater management designs for the plaza, substation, and some green infrastructure components on the site. Have all of these been approved by the city of Cambridge at this point?
I don't know the answer to that. I have not been involved with the city of Cambridge discussions as they relate to Boston Properties work and the overall development, which this would be part of.
Is there anyone on the team that can answer to this?
Not definitively, because obviously we didn't do the permitting for BXP. They are into construction, which would imply that the permits are in place. At least that's been my experience. That said, there could have been a phased permitting approach for different aspects of it that haven't been issued yet. So I'm speculating here a little bit, Ms. Devakar, but it is in construction now.
Thank you. Now, at EFSB LU-3, there is a mention of the company tracking requests from the property owners with regard to the restoration work that needs to be done along the transmission line routes. The question is, have there been any restoration requests on areas or property likely to be disturbed by the project?
Do you
Todd,
want to start?
Oh, Chuck, I'm sorry, go ahead, guys, please.
I was going to offer Todd Lanham.
So I guess the answer to help me out here, Chuck, because I do think it's so let me back up. Yes, the outreach team does keep what we describe as a non-regulatory commitment matrix. And in this non-regulatory commitment matrix, we track requests from stakeholders for things such as restoration, special considerations that certain property owners have. It's a way for us to collect, monitor, and ensure complete implementation of those things that we have discussed with the individual property owners. As it relates to anything specifically that we have negotiated or discussed as far as restoration, now one prime example, I think, where Chuck, this is where I think you might have been going, as it relates to the disturbance at Magazine Beach, and I think we talked about this during one of the other hearing days. There have been discussions with the impact that we would be having there during the HDD operation and a restoration plan around that. So if I guess to answer your question from that perspective is yes, we have engaged with discussions with certain property owners where we know we're going to have a disturbance, and we are working through final restoration specifics with that particular property owner.
Just to reiterate what Mr. Lanham said, as I referred to previously, those discussions with individual private landowners where we are going on their property are part of that, public outreach, property owner outreach, and incorporation into the project restoration, just to understand that, we're restoring the area to, at least its pre-construction condition, or to sort of the desire of the property owner in a situation like Magazine Beach, where we're utilizing part of that property. And, while it may not be a high activity time when we're going to be utilizing that property, obviously some amount of mitigation for that temporary use of that public space kind of factors into the restoration for that location. So those are just part of the outreach, the agency outreach, the public outreach that we do during construction or during the planning for construction and then during restoration.
So, so are these restoration requests property owner initiated?
They're probably, you know, I won't say initiated, but they certainly come about as a process of that discussion and our understanding on, you know, wanting to work with those property owners and what may facilitate you know, a working relationship with that property owner.
Yeah, and Ms. Divakar, if it's helpful, I'm sure Mr. Lanham would echo this. We obviously want to make sure we're proactive in that outreach where we're reaching an agreement to go across a particular piece of property. We want to make sure it's restored to the satisfaction of that landowner. So I would suggest that Eversource initiates it. We want to have that discussion go smoothly and continue those discussions throughout the duration of the project, specifically on those properties.
Thank you. Unless anyone on the EFSB staff team has questions on these lines, I'd like to move on to some questions I have with regard to heat and vibrations.
Well, I think, Ms. Divakar, we should probably break for the day.
Okay.
And resume with your additional questions on environmental topics on Wednesday morning.
Yeah, it should be short, but yeah, sounds good.
Okay, I'd like to thank everybody for participating today, and I look forward to seeing everyone Wednesday morning off the record.
Thanks, everybody. Have a nice night.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. See you tomorrow.